Hello, Mel.
Good morning.
How are you?
I need to be louder. I feel like, there. They probably like that better.
You think so?
Yeah, good morning from
good
District Wrestling.
Yes. And wrestling's going to get underway here in a little bit. Not quite time yet, but it will get underway about 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. We like to get our stream started a little early so that if people are logging in, they know they're in the right place and they don't have to worry. So if you're already there waiting and watching, good morning.
Yeah, thanks for
joining. Get a cup of coffee and get ready for some wrestling.
Yep. So, Mel, the way this is going to work today, do we want to cover that? So we will have full commentary for the finals.
For the finals.
Yes.
We'll switch. Right now, you see both mats.
Yes.
And then for the finals, our format will change a little bit, and we'll switch to a singular mat.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be able to be a little bit tighter in on the scoreboard for the finals. But we'll have complete commentary for the finals today. So if you're watching and you don't hear commentary throughout the day, that's why, because there's just, doggone it, there's a lot of wrestling.
There's a lot of wrestling.
It's a lot of words. And so we will have full commentary for the finals. And then we'll be popping in off and on here throughout the day too.
Yeah, Dr. Byer will be providing commentary for us, and he's a coach, a former wrestler, and he'll be providing commentary for us.
Someone just asked about Eli, because for the last several years, Eli Bales has done our wrestling coverage, and now he'll do our state coverage, but he's a coach for the Southwest Iowa Warriors.
So he's coaching today.
The Warriors are at Underwood, so he's got his coaching hat on.
Yeah.
So good luck to all. This is happening at gyms across the state today, and good luck to everyone, because they took sectionals away. In previous years you've had sectionals and then districts, and now there's not the sectionals anymore. So today's the whole enchilada. You make it through today and you wrestle this week at state, or your season's done.
Yep.
That's kind of how it works. So,
and then also, Mel, now later on, we will not be streaming tonight, but we will have basketball over on KCSI tonight, so people can be aware of that.
Yeah.
So that should be fun.
There's Pete. He's in the wrong gym. He's in the wrong kind of gym.
So, yeah, Pete's here. A lot of people are here, Mel. The stands are starting to fill up. This will be a big, well-attended event.
There are several schools represented.
Yeah.
So at this district, there are 8 schools at each district. So at the Glenwood site, we have Audubon, Bishop Heelan, Carroll Public, Clarinda, Clark, Glenwood, Harlan, and Red Oak. Those are the schools for this district location. And as we said, there are the same things happening at schools across the area, and so across the state. And the top 2 will advance on and wrestle at state. And state, it's my understanding that they've extended the day, the timing of state a little bit, and so we'll start having state coverage on Wednesday this year.
So Yep.
All
right. But it should be fun. Wrestling's a lot. I'm just going to run through some of what we have here. Starting at 106, Mel. So we're going to have at 106, Brody Black from Glenwood has a buy-through. And it looks like Caden, Otten, and Osthoff will have that one.
Wow.
I don't know exactly what we have going on there, to be honest with you.
That's a little jittery.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens. A lot of everybody that comes in hops online to follow results online, and it creates a bit of a traffic issue.
Yeah.
So, hopefully
everything will stay. We'll just reboot if it doesn't.
We'll just
pack your patience.
Yeah. Sometimes things crash, and we'll just keep on trucking. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We'll see. But
again, we will have full commentary for the finals here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thanks to Jeff Beeson and the Glenwood School.
He's a busy guy over here. He's getting people set up and dialed in and ready to go, and
just one of the best.
Yeah,
one of the best in the business.
He's getting after it over here. So, all right.
Well, we'll let you enjoy the crowd.
We do
sounds of wrestling.
Yeah, we have.
That's our soundtrack today. Sounds of wrestling.
Yeah. You know what? It's kind of cool. What a nice day. So we're getting ready to get underway here, Mel.
Good morning, welcome to Glenwood High School. Teams participating today are Audubon, Bishop Heaton, Carroll, Clark from Osceola, Clorinda, Harlan, Glenwood, and Reddow. Brackets can be available on the top floor near the concession stand while they last. Today's tournament can be heard on KME with Ryan McKee and will also be live streamed by FNCTC from Harlan and KCIS from Reddow. You can search KCIS on YouTube to find the live link. Officials for today's tournament have been assigned to the National High School Athletic Association, and they are Ryan Hildreth, Brent Bagby, and Jeremy Hoff. A special thanks to Jennifer Sports Medicine and Nick Hiller for providing medical care at today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to please rise as we head here with the playing of our national anthem. All right, we need a tapper on map 1. A towel boy on map 1, please. All right. First up on map 1 will be Otten from Audubon, and Osthoff from Reddow. On map 2 will be Nunnell from Bishop Heaton, and Sandwich from Harlan. Good luck to all participants, and let's wrestle! On deck of mat 1 will be Ash from Brenda and Kirk from Carroll. On deck of mat number 2 will be Hagen from Carroll and Reed from Glenwood. Now on mat 2, 126 pound weight class. Hagen from Carroll and Reed from Glenwood.
On mat 2, Mel, is Hagen and Reed from Glenwood, Hagen from Carroll. Mat 2 is the screen on your right if you're watching online. On the left of Red Oak is Otten of Audubon and Osthoff of Red Oak. Otten of Red Oak gets the pin of Osthoff.
Next up, on mat number 1 from Florida, and Kincaid from Carroll on mat number 1.
On mat 2 is Hagen of Carroll and Reed of Glenwood. That's at 126. Again, if you're watching online here. On the left is mat 2. Over on the right is Otten of Audubon. I'm sorry.
On deck, mat 1 will be Hagen from Glenwood and Verona from Audubon. Down on mat number 2, the Guzman from Red Oak, and Eldred from Harlan. On deck, mat number 2, Sanderson from Audubon, and Neal from Bishop Haven. Garcia for Field. And Verona from Austin on deck, bat number 1 is Dirks from Carroll and Lorette from Redwood. Next up, bat number 2 is Scannerson from Auburn and Neal from Bishop Eagle. On deck, bat number 2 is Ryan Clark and Holmes from Auburn. Next up, on bat number 1 will be Dirks from Carroll and Lorette from Redwood. On deck, bat number 1. On deck for bat number 1. The Karens from Bishop Eagle. And Niedorf from Florida.
Welcome back, and now we're joined by Dr. Fritz Beyer with us this morning. Dr. Beyer, good morning to you.
Good morning, Aaron. How are you doing?
How are you today, Doctor?
Well, I'm doing awfully well. It's a beautiful day outside, and yet here we are inside a gymnasium.
Yeah.
For me, it seems like a lot of weekends in a row now.
Now you've had you're a wrestler from way. It's getting farther. Can you remember, Doctor? Can you easy?
Just don't say too many ways before you say back. It's a little scary to think that next year will be 30 years since my senior season. So it's getting a little farther back.
Now you have the pleasure. Which was more fun, when you were wrestling or when you were coaching? And there's one Paige Beyer on the mat.
Well,
yeah. He gets choked up when we talk about it.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to put that in words. I don't ever remember being near as nervous when I was wrestling as when Paige is wrestling, and part of that I think goes with it's a lot harder sometimes to watch your kids go through things than when you're going through it. But also I think when I was on the mat there was a certain level of expectation, and while Paige has improved greatly, I'm not quite as comfortable with that level of expectation. But the thing I probably enjoyed more this year, I mean, obviously she's my kid and it was fun to be in the corner and fun to help her improve, was all 6 girls that Red Oak had this year did phenomenal. I'm kind of a stat geek, and not only did all 6 girls end with a winning record, which is really impressive, but I was able to pull up all the stats for the track, off of track for the girls. And as a team, we were positive ratios in every scoring category with the exception of escapes. And the only reason we were negative in escapes is because we had a couple of girls that Nicole obviously would intentionally let people up, and I think there were times when Paige was kind of like, I'll just let her up and take her down again. So, being negative in escapes is actually a good thing more than not. But those 6 girls showed up every day. They worked hard and got better, and you saw that as the season went on. They just kept working hard, which the boys in the room for the most part did as well. A lot of fun being in that room with 20, 22 boys and the 6 girls on one side, and as Joshua Lorette is out here working, he and Paige actually ended up practicing a fair amount of time because they were the right size for each other.
Yeah.
But a lot of fun watching a whole group of young people get better.
So, and Dr. Beyer, kind of our routine for today, we'll have full commentary for the finals, and expect that you'll probably hop on here off and on through the day to update people where we're at, and we'll actually switch our camera angles around a little bit when we get to the finals for that. But that's later on today, and that'll be full commentary, but just the commentary as we move along through here. Anything that you comment on here, Dr. Beyer?
Well, Joshua Lorette is over here. I assume it's mat 1 on the left.
Yep.
And on the downhill side of it right now, but did a good job fighting off his back, and this is kind of around as we're going through. Obviously the finals is a big deal. That's when you know for sure, but these early rounds set you up to be in a good position to qualify for state later. So we hope that Joshua can kind of pull through here and pull something out here in the last period of this match.
Yeah, and as you're looking, when you're watching online, that's on the left of your screen is mat 1, and that's Lorette from Red Oak on that mat. So, but a lot of wrestling, Fritz, and I've said this many times this year, and I'm going to continue to say it, someone who didn't grow up with wrestling, kind of introduced wrestling late in just the last few years, actually. It is an intense sport and requires a tremendous amount of dedication from these young folks.
Yeah, it does. And I've said it time and time again, that wrestling's the sport where you have to be a wrestler for 24 hours a day. You can leave football practice, you can leave basketball practice, and go have a cheeseburger and Coke and fries and not worry about it. But and every wrestler is a little bit different with how they have to manage their weight. But wrestling's a sport where you can't leave practice and go home and do whatever you want. You've got to manage your calorie intake. You've got to manage your fluid intake, because these young men and women do have to make weight on a regular basis. And sometimes that's the hardest part of the sport. Other times it's just part of the sport. So it varies from kid to kid, but that's a level of dedication. And the other side of it is I don't want to use the word combat with respect to the people who really do go through combat, but it is hand-to-hand, one-on-one physical.
Very physical.
Battle, combat, whatever term you want to say. It is intensely physical, and it's for 6 minutes, and you can't step out and get substituted for.
All right, so Dr. Byer, we're going to step away. Again, we're going to have just a mic here so you kind of hear what's going on with the announcements and weights, all that. You get caught up on what has happened here. We'll step away, but again, we'll be in and out through the day, and the commentary, finals, full commentary for the finals when we get to that point a little later today. Thanks, Dr. Byer, for stopping by, and we'll look forward to visiting with you throughout the day.
You bet.
Next up on mat number 2, Esquina Verano, Emmanuel from Healy. On deck mat number 2 will be McKinley from Harlan and Williamson Clark. number 2, McKinley from Harlan and Williams Clark. On deck, bat number 2, Lee Hansen from Oliver and Purdue from Reddow. Now up on that number 2 is Hanson from Oliver and Purdue from Reddow. On deck, bat number 2 will be Stevens from Harlan and Harpino from Glenwood. Next up on that number 2, Lee Stevens from Harlan and Harpino from Glenwood. On deck, number 2, the Woodruff from Clarinda and Clear from Reddow.
Welcome back, Dr. Byer.
Well, hello, Aaron.
Yeah, so Dr. Byer, wrestling well underway. Good crowd of people here, I would say. This is your mic and this is your headset.
Right, but I can barely hear you.
Let's do that. Turn
there. Now I can hear you.
There
As I
Dr. Byer with the volume buttons is a little.
Yeah, as I blow everybody out in radio land.
So Dr. Byer, update on where we're at. What do
All
you
right,
think?
so we are at kind of in that 150 to 158 range in the quarterfinals, setting up our semifinals matches, and Jackson Purdue just kind of hung on to one. Jackson Terry. We've got too many Jacksons on the team. It was Jackson Terry that just kind of hung on to a win there in the quarterfinals, and he's going to move ahead, and he'll be facing he'll be facing Cooper Ludwig from Carroll. It looks like. Flipping through here, you mentioned it's been 30 years since I was a high school wrestler, and I'm seeing lots of names that I remember wrestling with those guys. So
it's amazing how that works.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Apparently we're all getting a little older. But Jackson did a good job in that quarterfinals. He was in control early and gotten into some scramble situations that it was a little dicey, but he managed to kind of right the ship and get through. The quarterfinals set up the semifinals, and the semifinals then those are big matches here coming up here next round. If you win in the semifinals, 3 bad things have to happen for you not to go to state. You have to lose in the finals. The guy you beat has to lose on the backside, and then you have to lose to the guy in the wrestleback, where if you lose in the semifinals, then obviously you have to have all 3 of those things go right for you. So these quarterfinals and semifinals matches are big. Over here to the right on your screen on mat 2, yep. Baz Clare stepping on the mat. And I tell you what, he's a senior. This is his last go-around. And you want to talk about a kid that has done things right. Baz got a little bit of press last year after Dawson's state finals victory, because Dawson attributed Baz actually to a lot of his success. And he's a kid that has just shown up and done things the right way in the mat room. Is a leader on the team and that kind of stuff. You just root pretty hard for kids like that. And he's going to give it a whirl here. He obviously gave up a takedown here in the first period.
He's Woodruff of Clarinda, who he's on the mat with.
Yep, and I think a lot of people, and the Clarinda kid looks like he's getting Baz. Wins by pin. And folks, I don't mean anything. I just know a lot of the Red Oak kids, as we talk about. I was in that room a fair amount this year.
Well, you coached in that room.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. But, going clear back to 2 summers ago, Baz is one of the kids that always shows up. And Coach Podliska talks a lot about do things the right way, put everything in. And that's no guarantee that's going to go in your direction. That's no guarantee you're going to get the results you want. But you won't have any regrets because you didn't leave anything on the table. So
Dr. Byer, the top 2 from this advanced to state. Now, they restructured that, 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago they restructured it. And last year.
Was it last year?
Last year was the first year. They split things up, and they went, instead of always having 8 districts with sectionals feeding into districts, they restructured everything to where there's just now there's actually 12 districts. There's no sectionals anymore, and so the top 2 from 12 districts qualify. It's a 24-man bracket, and so the top 8 seeds all get a bye in the first round, and then obviously the next 16 all wrestle each other. And it's really an interesting format then, because there are some people that think, man, those kids end up wrestling a whole lot there in that 4 days, because if you're on the backside, you're wrestling 2-3 matches a day, a couple of days. On the flip side, those kids that are in the finals, if you win on Wednesday, you wait till Thursday, and then you wait till Friday, and then you wait till Saturday. And a family friend of ours very fortunately made the finals last year, but it was kind of hard for him to stay in rhythm, and more importantly, it was kind of hard for him to keep his weight down. He ended up having to do a lot of running after his matches each day to make sure he got his weight back down for the next day.
All right. So, again, advancing along through the tournament here today, and again, full commentary will be provided. We do want to say thanks to the Glenwood Community School District for partnering with us, and Shore Motor, Dr. Byer, that make it possible for us to be here. When you get to the postseason, there are some extra requirements. And again, the Glenwood schools, and in particular Mr. Beeson, Jeff Beeson, the AD, have been fantastic to work with, as well as Shore Motor Company. So thanks to everyone that make that possible.
You bet. And that's one of the things I think a lot of times people overlook the impact the administration can have.
Yep.
Some school districts, the administrators handle certain things, and then other things are kind of left to the coaches, and the Glenwood administration here obviously reaching out and saying, hey, we'll do whatever we can. I don't think I was here for more than 10 seconds. He was asking what I needed as the day went on. So appreciate that a lot.
And that's exactly right. I mean, Jeff Beeson, he's a good one, that is for sure. To manage all these schools coming in, all of the activity that takes place in a wrestling tournament, it's really it's an effort and a feat in and of itself.
It is, because just little things like being able to meet people at the door and tell them what locker room to go to. And you got 12 teams coming in, and you're in charge of getting everybody to the right spot. But good communication and willing to do the little things. Those are important skills in life, whether you're a coach, an administrator, or just some guy running the radio station.
That's right. If you know one of those guys, send them over. So here, Clarinda, Posley of Clarinda, and Peterson of Bishop Elin at 175 here on mat number 2. That's your right-hand screen if people are watching.
And, Aaron, one thing that's becoming painfully obvious, we've discussed a couple of times, advancing years, and I see that you've got some readers, but me looking over at that board, I'm pretty sure I need to probably maybe head down that avenue.
I can tell you that these are a little more than readers at this point, Dr. Byer. I have since gone past the readers. So
I found myself having to ask people what scoreboards say a little more this year. So.
Yeah, I know. So that's what happens when you get a little more seasoned. So.
Yeah. Well, like I said, this is one of those days that wrestling season, girls started practicing, I think it was October 31st, and I have to say that because boys started 2 weeks later, and so that puts the boys starting somewhere in that November 13th, and you think about it, November, December, January, you're talking about, for a lot of people, the 3 longest months of the year.
Yeah.
Just in terms of it feels dark and cold. They've been watching weight and managing practice and managing schoolwork and all of that. And victory there
for Posley. For Posley from Clarinda at 175.
And so he's going to advance into the semifinals.
All right. Coming up next, actually over on mat number 1, we have Clocky of Carroll and Hill of Clark, and that's at 157. That's on the left-hand screen. And then back up on mat number 2, Dr. Byer, Harris of Clarinda, and Goebbels of Harlan. There you go.
And
it's moved. I'm always amazed how quickly these move along through these.
Well, and especially in the earlier rounds. You have maybe higher-seeded wrestlers wrestling lower-seeded wrestlers, and so you're more likely to get a pin.
Yeah.
But the other side, and for all the negative things, and I'm not a technology guy, but, man, when the technology's working, track can make it awfully easy to keep a tournament flowing. So,
but when technology's not cooperating, it can cause
absolutely. We got is that a Carroll wrestler over there on mat 1 with his?
You have Clocky of Carroll and Hill of Clark on mat 1.
Yep.
Right? That's what it looks like.
Yep, absolutely. Carroll and Clark. I saw the black and orange with the tiger, and I thought, did Redo get new singlets that I didn't know about? But no, that's a Carroll tiger. So that's easy to distinguish when you don't see the tiger stripes in the corner.
All right. So anyway, wrestling going on, and we will step away again. We'll have our crowd, and again, full commentary for the finals, and just cruise along through the matches here through the tournament itself. And again, we do want to say thanks to the Glenwood Community School District, Mr. Beeson in particular, fantastic to work with, and Shore Motor Company for making it possible for us to be here today and have wrestling and get to visit with Dr. Byer today. So I don't know if that's good or bad. We'll see.
Well, Aaron, every once in a while I'll say it's we don't get to talk enough, so now I guess we get to talk all day.
I suppose. All right, we're going to step away again and leave you with, again, kind of the sounds of what's going on at the tournament here.
Next up on mat 1 in the level from Glenwood, Johnson and Reynolds. On deck, mat 1 will be Polky from Carroll and Singa from Clark. On deck mat number 2 will be Boozy from Glenwood and Gilbert from Auburn. Next up on mat number 2. The Boosley from Glenwood and Gilbert from Auburn. And on deck mat number 2, Erickson from Hewlett and Holt from Carroll. Next up on mat number 2 is Erickson from Hewlett and Holt from Carroll. On deck mat number 2. On deck mat number 2 will be Benning from Clark and Stray from Harlan. Next up on mat number 1 will be Holcomb from Carroll and Sango from Clark. On deck, mat for 1. Cutler from Glenwood and Dykes from Redmond. Next up on mat number 1, Kohler from Glenwood and Dykes from Redmond. On deck, mat number 1, Avalanche, Billy Owens from Carroll and Terry from Redmond. Next up on mat number 1 is Aldez DeLeon from Carroll and Perrion from Redmond. On deck, mat number 1, the Overguards from Hewlett and Nielsen from Harlan. Next up on mat number 1 will be Overguard from Hewlett and Nielsen from Harlan. On deck, mat number 1. Wilbur Clark from Glenwood and Harlan. with Downey from Clarinda and Squires from London. Next up on mat number 2 will be Downey from Clarinda and Squires from London. On deck, mat number 2 will be Sandwich from Harlan and Kincaid from Carroll. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Sandwich from Harlan and Kincaid from Carroll. On deck will be James from Harlan and West from Glenwood. On deck, mat number 2. Next up on mat number 1 will be Black from Glenwood and Hot from Ottawa. On deck, mat number 1 will be Lino from Hewlett and Hatch from Clarinda.
All right, Dr. Byer, how are we coming along here?
Well, we're coming. It looks like we're starting to wrestle a few of these backside. I guess they'd be consolation semi or quarterfinal matches.
Looking through some of the stuff that's happened so far, anything surprise you or jump out to you, Dr. Byer?
Oh, there's always going to be some upsets. There's been several toss-up matches that I know the Red Oak Tigers were kind of hoping they'd be able to win that we haven't at this point. It's hard to say surprises, I guess. There has been a couple of upsets. having a hard time thinking exactly what they were, but I know as I watched them, I was like, wow, that kind of surprised me. But
I put you on the spot right there.
Yeah, you did. But
you got about 3 things. You have a traditional bracket. You're watching track wrestling, and I don't know what all you're doing.
I've got this tournament on the MacBook in front of me, and then I'm actually keeping track of the Riverside 1A district and the Atlantic 2A district on my phone. Some patience and friends of family and some interesting things. Obviously, I am from Griswold.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Griswold maybe sneak a couple kids through the state tournament, and got a few kids from Atlantic that I've been following for several years. So.
All right. Yep. Well underway here, and again, we will have our stream going throughout the day today, and then full commentary when we get to the finals. And when we get to that point, Dr. Byer will probably kind of do an update of what has happened through the day so far. So stay tuned for that. All right, we're going to step away again. Thanks for joining us.
Next up on that one, Mayberry from Glenwood. And Children's from Carroll. On deck, bat number 1. Win from Glenwood. And Faith from Harlan. Next up on mat 1, Win from Glenwood. Faith from Harlan on deck, mat number 1. Pena from Glenwood. Bonham from Reading. Next up on mat 1, Pena from Glenwood. Bond from Reynolds on deck, mat number 1. The Bean from Glenwood and Goosewood from Reynolds. Next up on mat number 1 will be Bean from Glenwood and Goosewood from Reynolds. On deck, mat number 1, Dirk from Carroll and Walsh. from Bishop Healy. Next up, on deck number 1, will be Dirks from Carroll. And Washington on deck number 1. Shin from Clark. And Sandholm from Renner. Next up on mat number 2, Refrolit from Harlan and Hagan from Carroll. On deck at number 2, Nelson from Carroll. And Sanderson from Ottoman. Clark. And stand home for Reynolds. On deck, man number 1, Maxwell from Glenwood and Dirks from Carroll. Next up on mat number 2 will be Nilsson from Carroll and Sanderson from Oliver. On deck, mat number 2, Fry from Clark and Kenneth from Gila. Next up on mat number 2 will be Fry from Clark. And Kent's from Gila. On deck mat number 2, Stephen from Olivet. And McKinley from Harlan. Next up on mat number 2 will be Stephen from Olivet and McKinley from Harlan. On deck, mat number 2, Peggy from Clarendon and Williamson from Glenwood. Now up on mat number 1, Holt from Olivet. Newdorf from Clarendon. On deck, mat number 1 will be Ludwig from Carroll and Cherry from Redmond. number 2, Peggy from Clorinda, Williamson from Glenwood. On deck, mat number 2 will be Nuno from Glenwood, Williams from Clark. Next up on mat number 2, Nuno from Glenwood, Williams from Clark. On deck, mat number 2, the Hansen from Olive, and Cloak from Carroll. On mat number 1 will be Glenwood from Carroll and Terry from Reynolds. On deck, mat number 1 will be Watts from Hewitt and Bendorf from Harlan. Next up on mat number 1 will be Watts from Hewitt and Bendorf from Harlan. On deck, mat number 1. Regular from Carroll and Stevens from Harlan. On deck, mat number 1. Corey Watts from Bishop Healy just won his 150th match. Congratulations.
All right, Dr. Byer. Turn my mic up there so people can hear me. So Watts from Bishop Elam just won his 150th match, Dr. Byer.
Yeah, and that's, 150 might be what 100 wins was 25, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
They wrestle a lot more matches now, and so that that's not taking anything away from the kids to get to 100 because that's still a heck of an accomplishment. But 150 means you stepped out in the center quite a bit, and you got your hand raised an awful lot of times.
Congratulations. And we're in the semis, Dr. Byer, at this point. And, so moving along, you had the opportunity to visit with what do you think about Mr. Beeson down there? He's his top-notch guy, huh?
Yeah, he is. And I tell you what, he kind of surprised me because I asked him where he was from, and he said, Harlan. I said, well, are you a wrestling guy? And he says, no, I'm a basketball player, but I want to make sure to work real hard to make sure that everyone knows that I care just about as much as the wrestlers. And he's a volunteer coach, helps out a little bit, it sounds like, with the basketball team, but going above and beyond as an AD to be here all day sitting in a gym when I'm sure he's got a wife and kids at home that would like to have him there. But
so just a quick kind of update for you here where we sit right at the moment. Like I said, some
we're
team standings. Here you go, Dr. Byer. Look at this. Now, for what it's worth, Glenwood leads. They're sitting at number 1 right now with 71 points on the day. Carroll, number 2 at 69. Number 3 is Bishop Healy. They have 68 on the day. Harlan Community School has 63 points. Number 5 is Red Oak with 34. And kind of just a set from where we're at the moment.
Yeah, and that's
for what it's worth.
Right.
You know, wrestling is one of those interesting that you certainly a team sport, but it's very much individual as well.
Yeah, and it is. You're out there by yourself, and there's not much that your team can do. But because you've shared the blood, sweat, and tears so much through hours and hours, and in some cases years, there's a lot of camaraderie and some kids every once in a while move around weight class wise to help a team fill weight classes. But we're about halfway through, or maybe a little better through the semifinal round, and they're going to, after this round, we'll have what's called the consolation semifinals. So the loser of this round will wrestle another match on the backside against a kid who had lost earlier and then perhaps had to win a match to get back to that. And that'll set up the 3rd and 4th place match. And then they will take a break. They've got to keep 30 minutes between matches. And it is by rule at this tournament, the state says that your 3rd and 4th place match and your 1st and 2nd place match have to wrestle at the same time, so that if there is a wrestle back, those two kids have equal rest.
Okay.
So we're probably maybe an hour, 45 minutes or so, 45 minutes to an hour away from getting the final started. Some of the kids are seeing their road to the state tournament look pretty good right now, and other kids have got some work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And but it's a great environment. If you've never been to a big tournament like this, it's a great environment. The stands are full. You know, the Glenwood gym holds a lot of people too. It's a big gym, and stands are full. It's loud, sometimes really loud, depending on what's going on the mat. It gets pretty intense at times, and it's a good time. I want to give you those team standings again. Now they have been updated. Number 1 is Carroll with 80 points. Bishop Healy Catholic with 79. Glenwood sits in 3rd with 74. Harlan Community Schools has 70 points at 4th. Number 5 is Audubon with 35 points. Red Oak in 6th with 34. Clarinda 7th at 21, and 8th will be Clark of Osceola with 10 points on the day.
Yep.
That's where we're at right at the moment.
Yep. And obviously that changes
all the time.
Up the time. It just depends on when you hit your refresh on your computer.
Yep.
But, Carroll's having a good day, it looks like, as is Bishop Healy. We just mentioned the young man from Bishop Healy that won his 150th. Like I said, we're about an hour from really being when the pavement or the rubber hits the road.
All right, we're going to step away again and stay tuned. And we do want to say thanks to the Glenwood Community School District for being a great partner with us here. Shore Motor Company, they make it possible for us to be here. When you have the opportunity to say thanks to the Glenwood schools and Mr. Beeson, just a pleasure to work with. And down at Shore Motor Company, stop down and see them. So thanks to those folks. We're going to step away again. The finals, when they get underway, Dr. Byer will have that commentary in its entirety as we move along through the finals. It'll be this afternoon. So thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you again in a little while.
Now on mat number 2, Hanson from Oliver, Clove from Carroll on deck, man number 2, Purdue from Meadow, and Hill from Clark. On mat number 2 is Hanson from Oliver and Cuppy from Carroll. On deck, mat number 2 is Purdue from Meadow and Hill from Clark. On mat number 1, will be Mulkey from Carroll and Johnson from Meadow. On deck to be Jacobson from Harlan and Mosley from Clarinda. Just a little housekeeping, just a reminder, all the championship matches will be on mat number 2. That'll be, you can see me to my right, near the big scoreboard here. All the championship matches will be on mat number 2. Next up on that one will be Jacobson from Hartland. Mosley from Clorinda on deck, man number 1. Hinkle from Olivet. Pedersen from Healing. Next up on that number 1 will be Hinkle from Olivet. Pedersen from Healing. On deck, man number 1. Booty from Glenwood. Holting from Carroll. Next up on mat number 2. The Harris from Clorinda and Cleary from Hewitt. On deck, mat number 2. Kilworth from Olivet and Senga from Clark. Little housekeeping for you. So after the semifinals, we're right into the consolation semis. And when that's done, we'll take a break after that to go into the finals. Next up on mat number 2 will be Benny from Clark and Downey from Clorinda. On deck mat number 2, Dyke, Sorrento, and Holt from Carroll. Next up on mat number 1 will be Googles from Harlem. And Ransom from Reading on deck. On mat number 1 will be Kohler from Glenwood. And Erickson from Glenwood. Next up on mat number 1 will be Kohler from Glenwood and Erickson from Cleveland. Emily Lembaugh, please report to mat number 1. Emily Lembaugh, mat number 1. Next up on mat number 1 will be mat number 1 will be Overguard from England and Navy from Florinda. spray from Carroll. On deck, number 2. The spray from Harlan and Squires from Honolulu. Now one under Overguard, Hewitt, and Bailey from Florinda. On deck at 1, Cash from Florinda, Nassau from Florinda. To Spray from Harlan and Squires from Oliver. number 2, Sandwich from Harvard, and Cotton from Oliver. On deck, mat number 2, we find Ferrero and Reed from Glenwood. Next up on deck number 2 will be Vaughn from Redmond and Reed from Glenwood. On deck number 2, be Shin from Clark and Neal from Hewitt. Shin from Clark and Neal from Hewitt. On deck, mat number 2 will be Fry from Clark and Lorette from Redmond.
right, Dr. Byer, we're back again, watching some wrestling.
Big win just now for Joshua Lorette.
Yeah.
And actually, that was over the 3 seed. It was Uriah Fry of Clark that came into today 31-13. And Joshua gave up a takedown and some back points in the first period and then came back and got a good takedown and just rolled him over and pinned him like he was supposed to then in the second period. So big win there for Lorette.
Yeah. So, and just kind of I'll give you, look at that, what Mr. Perrin has come up with here. Holy cow.
Oh, that was awful. I didn't even have to. Oh, he walked right by. I don't think that's for us.
Right on by, Mr. Perrin, right on by. Let me give you a rundown here, and I know that this changes all the time.
I've got the team scores right here that are.
Tell me about but first, Dr. Byer, we're going to have a mandatory break upcoming, right, before we get into.
Well, yeah, right now they're wrestling the consolation semifinals to set up the third and fourth place matches. And because of numbers, they're going to go ahead and take enough break after this round in order to make sure that they don't run up against that 30-minute time limit, which I think they'd probably be okay. But, sometimes the table workers need a little bit of a break too. So they'll take a little bit of break, and then what they'll do is they'll wrestle for third and fourth place on one mat, and they'll wrestle for first and second on the other. And they have to keep those two mats and the weight classes together. So if one ends quickly, the next match on that mat won't start until the other mat is done as well.
All right.
Another big win. Downey for Clarinda at 2:15 just had a big win not too long ago in the semifinals, real close match, and that gets him into the finals. That's kind of two wins that I guess that are kind of sticking out in my mind right now.
Yeah, it just happened. So give me some team scores, Dr. Byer, where we're at right now.
All right, so Carroll still continues to lead, and in fact they're pulling away. Carroll leads it with 138. Glenwood has 110. Third place is Harlan at 83. Bishop Heelan Catholic at 79. Clarinda at 68. Red Oak 51. Audubon 41. And Clark at 19 points. And as we said, that changes every time somebody wins, but that's what came up the last time I hit refresh.
Yep. There you go. So that's kind of where we're at still. We're not to the finals yet, but we are not too far away.
Yeah,
here.
we're kind of closing in. Let's see, we're on like 157, I think, or 150 on the mat right now in the consolation finals. And so, like I said, there'll be probably about a 20-minute break, and so I don't know. I guess I said an hour about a half hour ago, and I'm still thinking it's probably close to 45 minutes at least.
We'll see. So, and wrestling is one of those I've said that, and like you alluded to, it can be really fast with a quick pin, and of course all the weights are full when you get to this level. But in typical quads, those if weights aren't full, or you can go through, the whole full length, and it can be take a little while to get done.
A match might take 15 seconds, or it might take 9.5 minutes.
So that prediction on time is very much an estimate. What that is. So and you throw a couple of blood times in there, and you just don't know for sure how long it's going to take. So, all right. Anyway, so we will have in its entirety 1 week when we get going with the finals here. Dr. Byer will have commentary for us, but we're going to again step away, and you can continue to watch. Left screen is mat 1. The right screen is mat 2 if you're keeping up with that sort of thing. So that's where we're at. Good crowd of people here too, Dr.
Yeah, there are. And it kind of looks like people, maybe a few more trickling in as we go. But, yeah, it's an exciting time of the year if you're a wrestling fan. We mentioned earlier I'm kind of keeping track of a couple other districts on my phone as well. Some hopes and dreams get dashed or crushed or made or whatever you want to say today. And everyone's out there wrestling their heart because that's the time of year. You give it your all or you go home.
Yeah, this is it. So this is it right here. So, all right, we're going to take a break. And, again, you can continue to watch, and we'll have finals in a little while.
we've got a phenomenal staff, and they're very committed to not just our 360 some schools, but the 70,000 male athletes that we provide programs for. That's what we try to keep in focus as much as possible, and that keeps us going. That's the fuel that kind of makes that train run.
Been with the Athletic Association 22 years, currently one of the assistant directors under Mr. Keating, and serve in the capacity working with our student outreach services, and also am the bowling administrator, former golf administrator, and then work with our corporate sponsors and advertisers with regard to association publications, website.
So currently I'm the administrator for football, swimming, and track and field. As part of that, it's helping schools and officials with rules interpretations, organizing the state events at our different venues, communicating with officials, hiring officials, and assigning officials for the postseason competition.
I'm the director of officials, and then I'm also the sport administrator for wrestling and golf.
I help manage all the officials in the state of Iowa, make sure they're fully registered and have all their stuff completed prior to the season's beginning and the postseason.
Right now I oversee I administer sports of basketball and soccer.
So assistant director here at State Association. I'm a sports administrator for cross country, tennis, and baseball. I do our student advisory group, and I'm one of the 3 directors that helps with eligibility.
I am an administrative assistant here at the Iowa High School Athletic Association. I help out with the enrollment in beds and participation survey and the co-op sharing agreements for schools.
My position's evolved because our communication method has switched completely online from a print or driven organization that had its own print shop to now ADs online, supers online, fans online, parents online, students online. Everybody wants to see everything, so our website became our priority. Social media exploded because it had to. We've had to digitize our operations, and so as communications director, that means coming up with a lot of new things and new ways to do things.
Internal employee type things, benefits, payrolls, things like that. I do the internal financial statements.
I assist in the accounting department, so I assist Jess as the director of finance. So I deal with all our accounts receivables and our accounts payables, and I am also assisting her with the online ticketing program, Hometown Ticketing.
I specialize kind of in the student leadership realm and help Chad with some of his workshops and registration behind the scenes. I line up meals at tournaments, hotel rooms, that kind of thing for our board. I'm just kind of the one that learns a little bit of everything and helps wherever I can.
I do all the design work, and then of course print the programs and anything else that needs printed.
I think my primary roles are vision. Where do we want to go? What do we want to be to our schools and our young people? Also, be the public face of the Athletic Association, be the connection between this office and the general public.
I think people often have a misconception of how many people are in this building. I mean, even people in Boone don't understand, no, there's only 14 of us.
When you're a staff of our size, we've got to work together. You can't be in a silo, just kind of hunker down on your part of this. We've got to bounce things off of each other. We have to collaborate. We've got to share ideas, and we've got to jump in and help where we're needed. We've got a leadership meeting every week, and we make sure we go through everything and anything that we should be discussing and trying to figure out how are we going to do this. We have a lot of fun doing what we're doing. Why wouldn't we? We're around sports all day.
For me, it's important because I feel like I'm helping a child. I have a child with high anxiety, and this makes a difference to a child like her. And so it's really cool to be a part of that.
But when the other states look at us and see the programs that we run, see how we run them, I think they say, Iowa does it pretty well.
Healing and Darian from Red. Now on
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no-appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
Now, man one, Sprite from Harlan, Erickson from Hilo. On.
Welcome back. Aaron West, along with Dr. Fritz Beyer. Dr. Beyer, good afternoon to you.
Well, good afternoon again, Aaron.
You ready for some wrestling now? We're getting down to it now.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
So, in fact, you know some of the finals matchups here, right?
Yeah, we've got all of the finals, and they're still sorting out a few of the consolation finals of the third, fourth place matches. But if you want to, we can run through the finals at least.
Yeah, let's run through those.
At 106 pounds, we're going to have Brody Black of Glenwood, and it's Andy Nuno of Bishop Heelan in the finals. At 113 pounds, it's Jesse Jens of Harlan, and Lane Elmquist of Audubon. At 120 pounds, that Elmquist family is a wrestling name, and I know that young man's awful active in some stuff with cattle as well. At 120 pounds, Mayberry of Glenwood and Fink of Harlan. At 126, it's Froelich of Harlan and Pina of Bishop Heelan. At 132 pounds, it is Beam of Glenwood, Dirks of Carroll. At 138, it's Nelson of Carroll and Sandholm of Red Oak. At 144 pounds, your finalists are going to be, if I get to the right page, Maxwell of Glenwood, Kinnitz of Bishop Heelan Catholic. At 150 pounds, it's going to be Ludwig of Carroll, McKinley of Harlan. Watts of Bishop Heelan Catholic and Clocky of Carroll are going to be your 157-pound finalists. And at 165 pounds, it's Ragler of Carroll and Scott of Glenwood. At 175 pounds, we're going to be looking at Polking of Carroll, along with Polesley of Clarinda, and 190 pounds, Harris of Clarinda, Polking of Carroll. Don't know if you noticed this or not, but that appears to be brothers wrestling each other. Might have to see if there's a sister to break the tie at the end of that.
Yeah, we'll see.
At 190 pounds, Harris of Clarinda and Polk of Carroll. We just covered that. At 215, Glenwood is going to send Kohler out to the mat, and Clarinda will send Downey. So Clarinda with 3 straight finalists in the heavyweights. And then finally at 285 pounds, Nally for Clarinda makes it 4 in a row for Clarinda, and he'll be facing off with Patton of Glenwood. So your finalists are set, and within not too terrible long, we're going to be have all our third and fourth place matches set as well.
Yep, that's taking place now. Again, wrestling, and Dr. Beyer will have the call on all those these finals here in just a few minutes. We are in Glenwood. A lot of wrestling, a lot of folks, a lot of energy in the gym, and
you can kind of feel the suspense building, can't you?
Yep. I mean, wrestlers talking about who they have, and kind of getting their plans together, talking to coaches, and
you get the who do I have and who has to win for me to have a chance and all that. So.
Yeah, that's all being worked out right now for sure. So, and kind of a rundown of scores. I don't know if you have those team scores, Dr. Beyer.
I can get them pretty quick, I think.
And they are scrolling through here. And again, that changes every time.
So Carroll still leads it with 138. 117 points finds Glenwood in second place. 102 is Harlan. Fourth place is Bishop Heelan Catholic at 86. Clarinda has 75 points. Red Oak has 60. Audubon has 54 points, and Clark rounds it out with 26 points.
Nolan Parent on the mat right now for the Red Oak Tigers. And we'll have the finals in their entirety here in just a few minutes away now at this point, so there'll be a break, and then we're going to get back to it. We'll be
the last consolation semifinals are on the mat, and as we speak, Nolan Perrin throws his opponent to the mat, and he looks awfully flat from here.
Boy, it does.
I mean, granted, I'm 60, 70 feet away, and he's only about 6 inches away, but man, that looks flat to me.
And per our conversation earlier, you can't really see that well.
Yeah.
There's your pin.
Yeah, I know flat when I see it, I guess. So.
All right, we'll be back after this.
About 94, we're going to move you back to man number 2. So Nielsen from Harlan and Dylan out of Delio, we're going to move you back to man number 2. Sorry about that. All right, now man number 2 will be Nielsen from Harlan. Now that is Delio from Carroll. Folks, just a reminder, after this is done, we're going to have a 20 to 30 minute break. So we'll get into the consolation final, which is the third, and then the championship. The championship will be wrestling on the mat, which these 2 young men are wrestling on right now. Thank you. All right, everybody, synchronize your cell phones. We're going to start at 1:30. Come back at 1:30. Don't forget the concession stand is open.
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda. This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
Table workers, please make your way back to your tables. When your table is complete, just raise your hands. I know you guys are all there. Once again, the championship mat will be mat number 2, which is towards the bigger scoreboard. The empty mat is mat number 1, which they're all there, so mat number 2 is here. We have our officials, they're all here. All right, wrestlers, clear the mats. Marty, we do not want in the championship match, in the 106-pound weight class on mat number 2. Representing Bishop Elon will be Andy Nuno. And representing Glenwood will be Brody Black. On mat number 2 for the championship 106-pound weight class.
All right.
Well, I guess I can hear me. Can you hear me?
I think so.
I can barely hear you. So
let's do this. There.
All right. So here we are. We're starting 106 pounds here. Black of Glenwood will be wrestling Andy Nuno of Bishop Heelan Catholic. Black came into the day 29-11. He's a freshman. Nuno came in today 12-16 as a sophomore. Got a little bit of an upset there in the semifinals to make it this far, but as we've discussed, all you got to do sometimes is get to the semis and win a match, and your road looks pretty good. So here, we're going to get started here, kind of dancing in the center of the mat. Black changing levels a little bit. Nuno reaching out for the head, and Black does a nice job shooting under that. He's got that elbow posted on the mat. He's going to try to circle to that single leg. Nuno doing a good job so far right now trying to face, but now Black gets it lifted off the mat and is real close to getting that finish. That should be 2. There it is. Black takes the early 2-0 lead.
And and for folks watching at home, Dr. Beyer, the right camera is the finals mat here.
Yes, the right camera is finals match. The consolation finals is Hash of Clarinda and Sandquist of Harlan. We'll try to keep an idea of what's going on over there, but right now Black's got an arm bar and he's walking that sucker around. He's getting swipes. The referee starts his count again. For those that don't know, a 5 count gets you 3 near fall. Anything between 2 and 5 gets you 2 points near fall. And he got his 5 swipes, and so he'll get a 3-point near fall and a 5-0 lead. That's Black of Glenwood over Nuno of Bishop Heelan Catholic. Now Black's got a deep half with wrist control on the other side. He's pressuring forward, not quite able to get that 45-degree angle to get his back points. And to get over out of bounds, Black's going to continue driving forward here. I always kind of liked when I was on top, Aaron, to kind of get that turn so I could keep that guy in bounds. I liked to be, if I had a wrist or something like that, I felt like if we came back to the center for a fresh start, that gave the guy on bottom a fair chance. But they do get out of bounds, so Nuno's going to get a fresh start in the center of the mat. But Black does a nice job with that heavy chop on the left side, right into an arm bar, back to the same position he had before. We'll see if he can get him nailed down this time. He's got his 5-second count. And we'll see. He's kind of flipping back and forth between trying to keep hip pressure on that shoulder or whether he wants to set through. And he's kind of losing that arm on this side, the side towards the camera. So that's why he set back over and won't be able to get the fall, but gets another set of 3 near fall.
8-0 is the score, Dr. Beyer, at the end of the first there.
That's helping the guy that has a hard time reading scoreboards out, Aaron. Attaboy.
I'm trying to help you every bit I can. 8-0 into the first.
That's why this nice MacBook screen in front of me with the dashboard, that helps me out. So a little plug there for MacBooks, I guess. But going to start the second period back on their feet. Nuno again reaching up top. This time instead of shooting under, Black obliges with a tie. Now some hand fighting, and once again Black a nice outside single to the right side. We'll see. Oh, doing a nice job getting Black flattened out, but Black does a good job getting his base back under him. And this time he does a crackdown back to the right side and gets his 2-point near fall. He leads 10-0. We're past the major decision. He's actually maybe looking to end this thing early, either by fall or technical fall. Technical fall in high school and college is any time you lead by 15. And we're just a couple sets of back points away from that. Now, once again, Black's done an excellent job all match long of maintaining wrist control. If you think about it, if you're trying to get on your hands and knees and the other guy's got a hold of an arm the whole time, it's really kind of tough to maintain your base, and Black's done a great job of keeping that arm control. He's going to run that bar arm again one more time. He's got wrist control on the far side. He's got a ref is holding 2, but Black is going to step back over, try to get a 5 count.
40 seconds and counting.
That looks pretty tight right there. This may be the end of it.
There it is.
There it is. So Black wins by fall. He's going to be your 106-pound champion and a qualifier. And if we look back, Nuno now is going to turn around and watch. He definitely would like to see Hash of Clarinda win. And it looks like Hash is in the lead with Sandquist of Harlan on his back. And the reason that matters is, for those that aren't familiar, if Nuno wrestled Hash in the semifinals, so if Hash wins, he has a head-to-head win over Hash today, so places stay the same. But the way districts work, they wrestle for a true second, so if the person you beat in the semifinals loses, then you have to wrestle the winner of the consolation finals for what they call a true second. But as it sits right now, Hash looks comfortably in control, 13-2 it looks like.
And they're going to keep here at Dr. Byer until the consolation is, or the backside's done.
Yeah, because of that chance of a wrestle back, they keep the weight classes together, because if you let one mat keep going, if you had 3 or 4 falls, you could easily get 20 minutes difference between the two weight classes. So we'll cover the consolation side whenever we can. Now a little bit of a dicey situation there, as Sandquist of Harlan able to get an escape and does a little upper body work, but Nash of Clarinda able to roll through that. And if I'm the coach in the corner for Clarinda right now, I'm saying, hey, there's only one way we lose this match, and that's getting put on our back. So let's stay out of the upper body stuff, shall we, young man? So Nash back to the center, and Sandquist going to cover. And Nash does a good job standing up. I know when my dad was coaching, he always said if the only way you get beat is to go to your back, the best way to keep your back off the mat is to get to your feet. And Nash gets to his feet, gets a little bit of a reversal, and then he goes upper body and turns back in, and he's got Sandquist in a world of hurt there. Nash leading 15-5.
I think that's second period?
Third
period.
Yep. And here's a case where if you're Nash, you don't have to get too aggressive going for the pin. Just sit there and hold it if you have to.
30 seconds.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Odds are he's going to get that settled in and get the fall. But even if he doesn't, he's ahead by 10. He's got 3 near falls showing. Got a helicopter coming in. But Nash does settle in for the fall. And so things will, Hash of Clarinda. But Hash is going to win by fall there. And so our 106-pound qualifiers are set. Black of Glenwood and Nuno of Bishop Heelan Catholic. We're going to turn the page here, go straight to 113 pounds. Got some young men chomping at the bit, ready to go. It's going to be Jens of Harlan taking on Elmquist of Audubon on mat number 2, the finals. And Tedrow of Carroll and West of Glenwood over there on mat 1 going for third place. But back here to the championship mat, Jens and Elmquist. Elmquist wearing the red leg bands. And Elmquist, nice low single there, comes out the backside. Jens tries a leg pass and does a nice job of it. Now Elmquist trying to do a leg pass of his own, but gets back up to his hips. Now Elmquist trying to set the corner. Jens doing a nice job casting over and collects his 2 points. Jens for Harlan leads 2-0 over Elmquist. Jens comes into today a junior, 18-2. Elmquist a sophomore. Elmquist a sophomore, 23-10. And Jens working a pinning combination there and has Elmquist in some trouble. Elmquist needs to get his hips back turned over. Now a headlock position, and now Elmquist maybe, if Elmquist can get his hips up, but he doesn't quite get his hips up in time, Jens settles back out. I tell you what, that's putting a lot of pressure on Elmquist's shoulder. And now Jens settles back in a little more comfortable into teed out position. Elmquist fighting back and forth, going to try to get off his back here. but Jenza has it deep, and there are 42 seconds to go. And we're going to get a call here. 3 near fall. They stop it
blood time
for
here?
blood.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate stoppage there if you're Jens. Got to give well, I guess it is Jens that's got the bleeding, a nosebleed. That reminds me, there's a video of a Penn State wrestler that had a situation like that and saw that felt that his nose was going to start bleeding. And there's the video of him pinning the guy with one hand and holding his nose to keep it from bleeding.
Yeah.
Jens needed to maybe be a little more aware, but I think both his hands were busy.
That's being aware of the situation and in control of the situation at the same time.
That's PhD level mat awareness right there. Over here on the consolation side, Tedrow of Carroll, it appears leads 4-1 as we start the second period. But if you're Elmquist there, you kind of feel like you got second life because he was in trouble. And I thought maybe it was his nose bleeding. I was like, man, that'd be kind of convenient to be able to get your nose to bleed on demand.
Yeah, well.
Sometimes luck's on your side. And so 5-0 is the score over here on the championship side. Taking some time to get the blood cleaned up off the mat.
All right, looks like we're about ready to go here, Dr. Byer.
Yep, and it is still Tedrow of Carroll with a 4-1 lead over west of Glenwood. Back to the center we come, though, now, and it is Jens and Harlan in top. Elmquist comes up to his feet, and Jens brings him right back up, but Elmquist bounces right back up. Now he's got a chin whip. He's got Jens on his back in trouble. He's going to get a reversal, too. We'll see if he got a couple of swipes. Sure was close to getting a couple, but just like that, they did give him 2 near fall. So just like that, you go from almost pinned to back in at 4-5 and on top. Elmquist with that arm trapped. He's looking for a little Mason tilt here maybe. Or no, he's going to go stack. But Jens up to his feet and able to get an escape. He'll lead now 6-4. Back on their feet with 7 seconds and counting to go.
Got a pin over on the backside there.
Third place match ends, and it is Tedrow of Carroll. And so he's going to sit here and watch. Tedrow lost to Elmquist, so Lane Elmquist has maybe the biggest fan in the room right now is going to be that Tedrow kid of Carroll watching and rooting him on. But another blood time stoppage here as we wait for the start of the second period.
Back to the table we go. What's the time limit on this, Dr. Byer?
So the blood time's kind of one of those things. They have 5 minutes of blood time, but they stop it as soon as the bleeding is stopped. So all the time it takes to clean the wrestlers or the mat or all that does not count against the wrestler's blood time. To be honest, I've never seen it where they get to 5 minutes and run out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see some pretty heavy bleeding wounds that get kind of clogged up and wrapped up, and they call it the Gable wrap when someone has, I guess it's vet wrap around their head. And they consider that blood stopped only because it's not dripping out at the time, I guess. But we're going to start the second period here with Elmquist in the down position. Jens on top. I think both wrestlers kind of thought of, quick reversal switch there by Elmquist. Gets his 2 points to tie it up. Now cracks Jens back down. Jens with a chest wrap. And I tell you what, Jens really likes that leg pass chest wrap move. Elmquist doing a good job of fighting it right now. And excellent hip pressure there. Elmquist, it's whoever gets their hips up here is going to win this position. And right now it looks like Jens is going to get his reversal back. But you can tell that Jens is kind of into that Ben Askren funk. Leg pass, hip wraps, chest wraps, and able to throw a little unorthodox stuff there to Elmquist. Takes the lead back 8-6, and now it's Jens' turn to trap that wrist. Kind of interesting. Jens is trapping the right wrist of Elmquist. Elmquist was after the left wrist of Jens, so kind of makes you wonder if one kid is left-handed versus right-handed or just a side they like to wrestle. But Jen's doing a good job. He's got wrist control, forward pressure, keeping Elmquist down. Elmquist did try to elbow scrape that there, but Jens was able to fight that off. Elmquist back up to his base. Once again, heavy forward pressure there by Jens. Elmquist has been able to get up a little bit, but only momentarily before Jens pushes him right back down into the mat.
30 seconds remaining here in the second.
And nice job there with an elbow scrape for Elmquist to get the one wrist off, but Jens is able to maintain wrist control with the near side. He's actually running a 2-on-1 there. Now he's jumping out and briefly was going to come out and try to crank that arm out, but didn't, and they're going to call a stalemate there.
8-6 and 12 seconds remaining here in the second.
I was actually wondering there for a minute if they might not call Jens for a stall call because he was staying there with the wrist. Once again, a fresh start, and Elmquist hits that switch. 5 seconds. Elmquist up to his feet, trying to get points here at the end. We'll see if he can get that lock broke. I don't think he's going to be able to, so they're going to end the second period 8-6. And Jens will choose down. Eight to 6 here at the start of the third period. Jens down, Elmquist riding on the left side. Now it's Elmquist's turn to chop that arm, get wrist control, and drive forward. And Elmquist now jumps sides. He's going to do a little near knee pick, but Jen's able to high leg over. And we've got another stoppage for blood, it looks like. That's twice now Jens has had kind of an unfortunate blood stoppage. He was in position there to score, but before he could score, I don't know if the nose plug has fallen out or if he's just bleeding that hard that it's going through it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Each time they come over, they stick a bigger piece of it's kind of a cotton tube kind of thing. They just stick a bigger piece there.
All right.
So 8-6 still here, and right now the scoreboard's showing blood time. So I guess if I look down here, it might tell me how much time is left. According to this, it says, well, that hasn't updated in a while because we're past the first period.
Yes, we are. We're into the third here, actually.
8-6. Elmquist gets a fresh start on top. Once again, he's got that wrist trapped in a tilt position. We'll see if he gets it tightened up. He feels good about it. But to this point, Jens has done a good job hand fighting himself under. Now Elmquist goes for the next wrist. Now Jens with a quick set-out turn-in. Got a little bit of a standing Peterson there if he wants it, but Elmquist hooks up a Merkel or a Junker, now switches off to a Whizzer as Jens tries to hip over. Elmquist keeping that near leg hooked. Might see Jens able to kind of set through and get the reversal. 10-6. Once again, on the backside, it was Tedrow of Carroll winning, so Elmquist's spot at the second place on the podium is safe.
50 seconds and counting here, Dr. Byer.
Yep, Jens still leads 10-6. And Elmquist is flattened out, and Jens still riding that 2-on-1 wrist control. And getting into that time where back to that, there's only one way you can get beat at this point, and that's getting thrown to your back. And so Jens is going to do, and there's that stalling call I kind of pondered about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's kind of one of those things. Calling stalling when the wrestlers are on the mat is kind of difficult sometimes because you can get a guy on bottom that looks like he's not doing much, but it's because the guy on top has a hold of something and isn't doing very much himself. But we get a stalling call on Jens. Elmquist comes up to his feet, now back into the trying to look for a switch, and has a leg hook, but I think he's got the leg hook between his legs. Not exactly where he would want it to be. Jens gets him broke back down, and we're down to under 5 seconds here, and that's probably how we're going to end.
Yep, I believe so.
Congratulations to Jens of Harlan. He'll be your champion, but Elmquist of Audubon is going to go along to the well as the second-place finisher at 113 pounds. Congratulations to both young men there. As we turn the page now to 120 pounds, I'll try to just turn one page here, Aaron.
Yeah, instead of 3.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we've got Mayberry of Glenwood and Fink of Harlan. And over on the third place match, it's Nunyon of Bishop Healing Catholic and Childress of Carroll. And they're going to take a little bit of time to clean up a little more blood on the championship mat over there. So one of the things, we kind of talked about it during one of those updates where, Clarinda has 4 or 5 kids in a row at the end of the weight class. We joked about the 2 brothers that were wrestling, the 2 brothers. You're going to find a lot of times where teams have kids that are good in a row for a reason. Both it takes good kids to make each other good. Yep. But the other side of it is if your partner's pretty good in practice every day, you've got 2 choices. You can either take a whooping every day or you can get better. So
that's a good point. And to have those kids out and to challenge each other does produce better wrestlers overall.
Right, and you've got to have kids that want to go at it in practice then as well. So Mayberry of Glenwood, Fink of Harlan, and Mayberry a nice deep single leg, low single, maybe a low double, comes out the backside, able to post up and finish like he wanted to. Right to work then with a strong crossface into that butcher. Mayberry comes in 32-3 today, add a couple of wins, and he's actually at 33-3. Fink of Harlan came in to this match at 15-8, and Mayberry definitely acting like the favorite that he is, and he wins by fall in just 45 seconds. So dominating performance there by Mayberry of Glenwood. So Fink of Harlan now is going to glance over. Fink actually beat Nunyon of Bishop Healing Catholic, and as of right now, it is Childress of Carroll on top in position and on the scoreboard, and he's running a chicken wing. Needs to be careful. Nunyon doing a good job of posting that hip and looking back into it. If Nunyon can get his hips up, now he's got a post. I'm going to say now Fink's got Childress has both arms barred, but he's going to run out of time. It'll be 2-0 at the end of the first period with Childress of Carroll in command. Keep with our theme of good wrestlers come in groups. Glenwood now has another young man pacing over here.
Yep.
Getting ready. And if I'm not mistaken, that's another Harlan kid that will be wrestling at 126 pounds. Oh, excuse me, it's a Bishop Heath. Oh, it's a Glenwood kid that will be on third. I'll quit speculating. That's actually the Glenwood kid that just won, I think. But Bishop Heelan, Nunyon runs a set of arm bars himself, and
look at that.
He's going to say, hey, you couldn't get me turned with the chicken wings, but I can turn you. And Nunyon of Bishop Heelan able to win, and that's going to set up. No, that's not going to. Actually, that closes the door. So Fink, that is actually who Fink was rooting for, I guess. And so Fink of Harlan will be your second place finisher. Now at 120.
Now turn the page.
Yeah, at 126 pounds over on third and fourth, it's Bond of Red Oak and Hagen of Carroll. But on our championship match, it's Froelich of Harlan and Pena of Bishop Heelan Catholic. Bishop Heelan with the white, kind of the mirror image of the Penn State uniforms. Penn State is navy with a white stripe around, and Bishop Heelan has white with a navy stripe around. So it is Pena of Bishop Heelan and Froelich of Harlan. Come out a little bit of head tapping. Froelich changes levels, drops down as Pena backs away. Ooh, nice little elbow pass there by Pena, but Froelich able to step through it. No harm, no foul over there. No, nice low single attempt there by Pena, but good hand down block and kind of just picked his leg up there by Froelich. Now Froelich working into an over tie, elbow control. Pena backs back out of this. Kind of get the feeling here, watching the early on, Pena appears to want to wrestle from distance, and Froelich, I think, would really like to get into a tie. Just as I say that, Pena actually reaches for the tie, and Froelich gets what he wants. He's got a firm grip. You can see from here how tight he is on that elbow. Now Froelich works to an underhook on the right. He's got to get his, actually it's Pena with an underhook over there on his left. And nice little ankle pick attempt. Pena looks to be maybe the more limber, more explosive, more quicker of the two. Froelich maintaining good position. Looks a little bigger in the upper body. Definitely has some grip strength. You can tell that by when he squeezes the elbow. Pena, nice little elbow pass there again.
30 seconds and counting here.
Yeah, this first period, kind of a little bit of a feeling out. Both guys have kind of tried to get to what they wanted to get to, but the other one, either due to a scattering report or just good mat awareness, able to block what's coming as it comes. And 15 seconds now to go. Over on the third place match, it is Hagan of Carroll leading Bond of Red Oak 2-0. Froelich now with a 2-on-1. Pena doing a good job keeping good head position. And this is going to be the end of the first, as neither wrestler was able to really get to their offense. Froelich's going to defer. Pena's going to choose down. Pena choosing down to start the second period. Froelich's going to cover on the right-hand side, and they're going to call a caution there. Froelich a little bit quick to start, but Coach Pott always tells the kids, you get two freebies, and no point in having them in your pocket sitting over in the bleachers. If you can get away with one, go ahead and take it. But the referee right on top of it. Froelich now settles back in, goes to the claw spiral ride, throws the leg in, and you hear the roar of the crowd. Carroll wrestler Hagan able to win by fall over Bond, but Froelich, I mentioned that it looked like Froelich was fairly strong in the upper body. He's got that leg in and putting a tremendous amount of hip pressure. He's got a crossbody ride, getting his counts. Now he's going to settle back in. If he can get over, he needs to get over that head, but Pena able to scramble back out. That's what he's wanting right there. He caught that near arm, got over the head, and wins by fall. So Froelich of Harlan wins by fall. Pena actually had defeated Bond, so Pena will have a wrestle back at the end of this round. So Froelich is your champion. Second place is still, as they say, TBD, to be determined. 132-pound is Bean from Glenwood. That's the young man I was watching pace like a caged tiger over there earlier.
He's been ready to go for a while.
Yeah, well, he's 34-0, and he had a bye in the first round, so he's got some energy to burn here. So Beam from Glenwood, 33-0. It's Dirks from Carroll, comes in at 19-12. Gussman and Ehlert of Harlan over on the third and fourth. But just like that, Beam deep in a double leg takedown, goes right to work on that right arm, and he's going to bar him up as well. He's got an arm bar on the right, now a deep half. That's what he was digging for, that double arm bar, and he's going to big step here to get across. Big step here to get across. I'm going to say it one more time. Big step to get across, and there it is. Well, I tell you what, give Dirk some credit. That takes some core strength to keep that up, but Beam's got it sat down hard, and if that looks like it hurts, folks, I promise you it does.
That looks excruciating.
And that's actually how Beam pinned. Yeah.
He needs to see body basics after this.
I was going to say is, if you had ad people, you could have said that's the body basic adjustment right there. But that's actually how Beam pinned Gussman in the semifinals as well, and Gussman did walk off the mat rubbing his neck. But that does hurt just as much as it looks like. It's your neck and shoulders, and it feels like they're ripping your arms off.
Yeah, that's what it looks like too.
Yeah. But Gussman over here. Gussman's got some life here. He's ahead 2-0, and if he can win this match, he'll have a wrestle back with Dirks. Gussman doing a good job maintaining good position, which Gussman's kind of one of those kids. He's an exciting wrestler to wrestle. He loves to score. Sometimes he loves to score enough that mat awareness, match time and score. I know there's been a couple of times that he came off the mat earlier this year, and I'd kind of look at Pod. I was like, hey, can I talk to him about, 1 not 2 or, time and score? And so that's something, he's a young kid, and we've talked a lot about how he's kind of gone through a huge body transformation. And sometimes as you're used to wrestling the style of a big kid, and now he's got all this explosive athletic ability and just wants to use it. And as a sophomore, Gussman has had to this point in the season kind of the season that you want to have a sophomore have if you think you're going to project him to be a good wrestler. He came in today 25 and 21 and has shown some real flashes of excellent wrestling.
I've had the opportunity to watch him a couple times, and he can be quite exciting to watch.
Yeah, so now factor in the fact that Gussman and Sandholm are practice partners, and that's a lot of fun to watch that.
I bet.
That sometimes you just kind of scratch your head and go, guys, you don't have to let the guy have your arm just for fun, But so Gussman starts in the down position, and Ehlert of Harlan able to trap a wrist momentarily. Now Gussman up to a quad pod. Ehlert throws a leg in. Gussman turns in. Going to try to get a switch there, but Ehlert able to kick a leg over. Gussman's going to try to work his way out the back. Now Ehlert gets a deep power half in. There's another position that's not the most comfortable. Gussman doing a good job of kind of climbing the rope there. Gets up to his base, quad pod, trying to shake Ehlert off. Now a Granby roll through, and nice job, Dayton. Gussman able to get the reversal, and wow, they didn't give any swipes there. All right, so Gussman leads 4-0. I kind of thought it looked like there might have been a 2 count there, Aaron, but
I was watching the coaches for Red Oak, and they said that they concur.
Maybe the Red Oak coaches just count faster. I don't know. But anyway, Dayton, you see that explosive ability there. And now Dayton digging that far arm. He's going to go to the ball and chain. He's going to try to set up a tilt here. I'd like to see him throw a half in. Now he just goes right to doesn't have the half, but he's going to crank him over and win by fall. So Gussman of Red Oak will have a wrestle back at 132. He's got life. That'd be something to be able to, well, I guess he lost in the semifinals, come back and do it the hard way. Now on to 138 pounds. We're kind of buzzing right through this here.
Moving through this pretty quick.
We're buzzing right through it here. It's going to be Nelson of Carroll and Sandholm of Red Oak, the previously mentioned Kyler Sandholm, and wearing the orange finals singlets for Red Oak. Thought it was kind of funny. The girls this year kind of vetoed the finals singlets.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Nicole didn't like them, and so we didn't wear them very often. But Kyler comes into the season 35-11, and Nelson of Carroll comes in at 30-4. Nelson is the 1 seed, Sandholm the 2. Sandholm moving back and forth. That's something he worked hard on this summer, getting foot motion, level changes, and not just being heavy on that right front foot. I used to kind of tell him I'm going to shoot at that leg, and we got him a lot quicker on that leg, and he's been a lot better this year on his feet due to a lot of work he did this summer. So credit the young man for putting in the time. Nelson of Carroll in that collar tied. Nice ankle pick there from Nelson, but there's that kind of just body jello. I don't know how to describe it with Kyler. It's just kind of body jello. He's got really good hips. He's got a ton of flexibility and able to get himself out. Shot from space. He gets in deep. We'll see if he can come up and finish. He's in a wizard position. Needs to get his head back up. Either that or cast over and throw in a boot. But we got a wizard situation, and Kyler's gone up to, we called that an egg beater, where you're putting pressure back on his shoulder. He's trying to get that near leg shelved, and the referee calls a stalemate. And I guess I could look. I'm not sure if Nelson and Sandholm have wrestled before, but, Sandholm's one of those, if you haven't wrestled him, he just doesn't wrestle orthodox. And he's one that is hard because stuff that should work doesn't.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you Nelson thought he had Kyler dead to rights, and then all of a sudden Kyler's back on top. Now we're back into that same position, and Kyler needs to actually shelf that near leg. They're going to go out of bounds. 11 seconds to go. We're scoreless. And, earlier we had a scoreless first period. It kind of felt like the two guys were just feeling each other. That's not what's happening here. Nelson back in on a deep shot. Going to crack back, and Kyler steps over, but Nelson able to get his hips back under him.
And that's it for the first.
I tell you what, this isn't one of those 0-0. And it was boring.
These guys they were getting after each other.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
So Sandholm's going to start in the down position. Important here not to just set. Sandholm does a little bit of a sit out, but Nelson steps across and covers. Now Nelson tight waist with his left arm, and he's working to pry Sandholm's right arm out. Now Sandholm able to get a set out and turn in. And Sandholm's working towards that near leg. And Nelson, this is actually kind of one of those takedown defense positions for Nelson. But he's been hanging on to that ankle for a long time. And you're not supposed to be able to hold an ankle that long. And they're going to call that.
There you go.
I was going to say, you can't hold an ankle for that long on top without a stalling call. So even though we don't score there, Sandholm has to feel like that's a win because that stalling call may come into play later. Now Sandholm back with a set out. Nelson going to that arm bar, and Nelson able to suck him back. Nelson now working a head lever. Sandholm doing a good job keeping his fist forward. Now Nelson able to bar that arm up. And this is one of those, I know he's thinking he's in good position, but Kyler's arms are extremely flexible. I'm surprised they haven't stopped that for potentially dangerous.
They would have to be flexible because that looks excruciating. Dr.
Right.
Meyer.
They're going to let him crank, and that's kind of one of those, I think a lot of the officials know that the one swipe, they haven't given another one yet. The officials know that his arms are flexible, and so they let stuff run. But Kyler able to withstand the torture there and escape scoreless. That's one of those.
I mean, there's 20 seconds remaining here in the second, Dr. Byer. Neither have scored, and they have been going at each other.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, that's one of those things where sometimes you can have 0-0 and it's boring, and then other times you can have 0-0. But it's real important here for Sandholm to get something here in the next 5 seconds. He's going to back in. We'll see if he can get some. And time just ended a little too soon. But you gotta figure advantage Nelson there with that right out. I didn't see who won over here on the consolation side.
It was 6-1 was the score, and I'm not sure.
It was. Well, that's not the most recent win.
Back at it here.
Sandholm in the top position, and after Nelson rode him out, Sandholm appears he's going to go for the turn. That's kind of one of those, a lot of times you expect to score when you choose down. And actually this match over here is still going.
They're in the third.
There must have been some stoppage for something. But Nelson coming out the back door. We'll see if Kyler can maintain control over here on the out of bounds. Right now, there's nothing yet. And if Nelson gets his head popped out, that's probably going to be 2. No, they're not going to give it to him because Sandholm able to get back over on top. Good job scrambling there by Kyler. And I'll tell you what, 0-0 with just 1:06 to go. And It's been exciting. I think Kyler came on a little soon. Fresh start. Nelson starts to come to a quad pod and then comes to his feet the old-fashioned way. And Kyler trying to backheel trip, but just cuts him loose. And so 52 seconds to go. Sandholm needs to get a takedown if he's going to win. But back to that stalling call that we had earlier. Sandholm in deep on a shot here. Needs to step up with his right foot.
40 seconds and counting.
And Sandholm switches off to a single now. And it looks like Sandholm is, well, I think Nelson's going to get circled around.
25 seconds.
And now it's back to, if Sandholm can keep bringing his hips this way, he needs to either elevate that near leg or cast over. Now Sandholm going a little bit of a last-ditch effort.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Surprised they've let this go that long. There's the 2 for Nelson with 4, 3, 2, 1. Nelson will be your champ. 3-0 over Sandholm.
What a battle.
Yeah, that was an exciting match for there only being 1 point scored until 10 seconds to go. So now we look here. Let's see, Sandholm beat Shin, and Shin was leading. We'll double check here to see if Kyler is safe. And yes, Shin won, so Sandholm will be your runner-up. As we turn the page to 144 pounds, another Glenwood wrestler, that's Britton Maxwell, comes into this match 28-14. He's facing Kennitz of Bishop Healing Catholic, 32-7. And you talk about body styles and I guess size perception. And if these two kids were standing next to each other, you wouldn't bet that they had weighed the same. And Kennitz, much taller, a lot of leverage, uses a chin whip. Maxwell had been in deep, and Kennitz just basically whipped him around and will get his 2 points. That was a display of force times distance equals leverage right there. And now Kennitz of Bishop Healing Catholic briefly goes for the cradle and now breaks him back down, going back for that cross-face cradle. Once again, Kennitz of Bishop Healing Catholic, long arms, goes for that cradle, and he's got it locked up. He's out to the side.
He's a long, lanky kid, Dr. Byer.
I didn't get to see them standing right next to each other, not in their wrestling stance, but I'll bet you he's at least 4 inches taller. I suspect Maxwell doesn't have to work very hard to stay at 144, and Kennitz maybe has to watch it a little closer, we'll just say it. Kennitz able to belly out now. Doesn't like how he has it, loses his lock, gives it up, and goes right back to that cross-face position. Really, they should have awarded his 3, and they haven't. That's a different hold. Now they give it, but Maxwell able to get 1. If I was the first period's going to end 5-1, but they don't award the near fall until your hold is broke, and to me, it was a cradle.
Yeah.
And the cradle got broke, and he went right back to a different crossface. But they waited until he was completely loose to award it.
So starting the second here, 5-1 is the score. We have a stoppage over on the.
Yeah, and I had glanced over there, so I didn't see who actually chose neutral. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Kennitz, but at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Maxwell, because if you're Maxwell, you don't want to go back under that. Maxwell shoots under, now in kind of an elbow control position. He's a front headlock, and right back to that assassin finish. It goes Kennitz. Gets his 2 points, but unable to get him held for any back points there. I just have to wonder when you look at at, and this might be a case where maybe Maxwell bumped to 44 from 38. Again, Maxwell with an escape. Nice shot there attempt, but Kennett's able to stop his hips and trap an ankle. Now Kennett's trying to circle towards the ankle that he's got trapped. And he's looking to go feet to back here as he's got a cradle, near side cradle locked up. And he sets Maxwell right back into the back position and gets the fall. That's an impressive outing there by Kennett's. And like I said, definitely a height difference from those two young men.
Absolutely.
And let's see, Maxwell beat the Carroll kid. Maxwell beat Dirks, and we've got an injury stoppage over on.
Here's what we're gonna do, Dr. Byer. We're gonna take a quick break.
That sounds great.
Yep, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no-appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
I want to turn this.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did. And, you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
I didn't see it.
Subscribe to the KCSI Radio YouTube channel today. Interviews, parades, events, contests, and more. Subscribe to KCSI Radio on YouTube and get notified every time something fun happens.
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no-appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
Welcome back. We are still in Glenwood, and injury break taking place here, and so wrestling has stopped. We will, as soon as we get back to action, have commentary, full commentary. But again, an injury break at the moment on the mat. That is being tended to, and again, once that is taken care of, we'll be back and we'll continue along with the afternoon. Dr. Byer?
Oh, I thought you were just
great job, Dr. Byer.
Yeah, great transition there. I tell you what, you hate to see anything like this happen,
and you don't know. And at this point, we don't know what it is.
Right.
I think there are a lot of precautions being taken. So
yep,
that's as it should be.
Absolutely.
So,
but if we look back through, obviously Kennett wins the 144-pound championship over Maxwell. And it appears that Maxwell will now have a wrestle back with Dirks of Carroll. So I think we're up to about 3 wrestlebacks now, if I'm not mistaken. We'll kind of go back through here. 106, Black wins by fall over Nuno. Black of Glenwood is your 106-pound champion. And Nuno of Bishop Heelan Catholic is your second-place finisher. Hash of Clarinda was your third-place wrestler. At 113 pounds, Jens of Harlan, Jesse Jens of Harlan, is your 113-pound champion. Lane Elmquist of Audubon is in second place. Tedrow of Carroll is your third-place finisher. But Jens and Elmquist are your qualifiers. At 120 pounds, Mayberry of Glenwood is your champion. Fink of Harlan is your runner-up. Nunyon of Bishop Heelan Catholic is your third-place finisher at 120 pounds. 126 pounds, it's Froelich of Harlan. Kind of came out real slow developing first period, but Froelich able to exert some dominance there over Pena of Bishop Heelan Catholic. And Pena will have a wrestleback against Hagen of Carroll. Pena and Hagen will wrestle for that ticket to state on the line. At 132 pounds, it's Matt Beam of Glenwood. He's your champion, and he won in the finals over Dirks of Carroll, who will be facing Dayton Gussman of Red Oak in a wrestleback. So 2 wrestlebacks in a row at 126 and 132 pounds. At 138 pounds, it's Nelson of Carroll, a 3-0 victor in the finals over Kyler Sandholm of Red Oak. But Sandholm is safe in the second-place spot at 138 pounds. He'll be going back to state for his second trip. It's Shin of Clark, your third-place finisher. And where we sit right now at 144 pounds, Kennett of Bishop Heelan Catholic, once again your 144-pound champion. He won in the finals over Maxwell of Glenwood. Maxwell and Dirks of Carroll will face off in a wrestle-off at the conclusion of this round.
All right, and again, we are at the moment at an injury timeout, so we are going to step away again, and as soon as we get back to action here, we'll be back with coverage, so stay tuned for that.
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no-appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
Hi.
Welcome
Hi,
back.
Bridge.
And here we are back at it. Dr. Byer back at it on the mat.
Yep, and it is Ludwig of Carroll, McKinley of Harlan over here in the championship match. Again, Ludwig of Carroll. Those are some bright shoes there, Aaron.
Yes,
and
they are.
McKinley of Harlan. Nice little throw by there of Ludwig, and out of bounds they go right to the scorer's bench. Back to the center they come. And notice Ludwig's got a kind of a neck brace on. I was watching South Dakota State and Oklahoma last night, replay of that, and one of the Oklahoma wrestlers, I think it was, was wrestling with a neck brace.
You don't see
Ludwig,
that
Ludwig, a nice deep shot, and tell you what, young man down there, if you're going to set mat side, you got to catch wrestlers, not bail for your own safety. I mean, come on. But back to the center they come. Ludwig is definitely controlled center so far, and McKinley has definitely controlled center. Here again, we looking at two kids, definitely some height difference. As McKinley of Harlan comes into today, 24-17, and Ludwig comes in 28-3.
Where's the advantage in that, Dr. Byer? The taller, lankier kid, or the shorter, thicker kid?
Well, you know, I'm the short.
Does it matter?
I'm the short guy, and I always hated wrestling tall guys.
Okay.
But Matt Lundquist, who I've gotten to know pretty well the last couple of years, he's about my age and about my height, and he always said he loved to wrestle tall kids. So
individual.
I think it's a style thing. And there, Red Oak Jackson Terry wins by fall over there on the third place match, and missed Coach Podliska's hand then, but still 0-0 here. And again, it's McKinley kind of muscling Ludwig out of bounds. You know, back to that, it's a style thing. You know, when you're long, you can get cradles easier.
Mm-hmm.
Leverage works if you're if the advantage goes to the low man, then being short, you don't have as far to go to get low. But like I said, it's just kind of a style difference, and when you are wrestling a taller guy, it's important that if you get in deep, you've got to finish quick. You can't just set because, again, those long arms can cradle you up pretty quick. But end of the first period, and it's 0-0. I just kind of wonder if that neck brace, though, how that would affect the guy wrestling. You know,
I don't know.
Your opponent, because, you know, being able to grab a claw, you know, we talk about grab that muscle right there on the side of the neck, and that's kind of covered up right there. So McKinley chooses down to start. Ludwig of Carroll does a nice arm chop, and now he's got cross wrist control, and looks like he's loading up an arm bar and digs for a half, but then goes back to trap the arm. He's going to drive forward and get McKinley stepped over. Nice job there by Ludwig, and Ludwig's back in that same position. He either needs to keep weight on that hip or set through. Right now, look at that core strength. He's doing like the Superman. He's going to step back across, catch the head, and wow, there's some power from Ludwig. So there's some power from McKinley. And tell you what, if you're Ludwig of Carroll, you got to be thinking, man, I just had him on his back, and all of a sudden they've got to sort the score out and maybe some blood time here. But
a quick timeout here, nose or a lip or something here, Dr. Byer. So
and I hear Mr. Beeson and Mr. Erickson, the two ADs, talking about things, and it sounds like everything was just precautionary.
Good.
I was able to watch a video that somebody showed me, and it wasn't anything like hugely impactful. It just kind of a neck got cranked in the wrong direction. So
let's say, and like I said, you hope for the best in that situation for sure.
Absolutely. So it, by initial accounts, everything looks to be nothing but precautionary, and as good a news as you could hope to hear at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
But back to the championship match at 150 pounds. Ludwig of Carroll now in the down position. He leads 3-2. And McKinley from Harlan on top. And here's a case, again, McKinley pushing Ludwig out. Here's a case where if you are Ludwig, back to that long arms and cradles, you've got to be thinking explode up to your feet right off the bat. You don't want to set underneath, just like you don't want to set trying to finish a shot. You don't want to set underneath, and on cue, Ludwig bounces to his feet. McKinley able to bring him back, and now McKinley's going for a cradle from the standing position and got a little greedy and gives up the reversal. And now it's Ludwig working that arm bar again. Needs to get his head out. He's got both arms trapped now. Cross back over and goes right back to that same position. But I tell you what, I kind of was anticipating another heroic roll through there by McKinley, but I don't know if that one was enough tighter or something didn't feel right. But at any rate, Ludwig of Harlan will be your champion. Or Ludwig of Carroll. I've said that backwards the whole time.
Yeah, sometimes it's a struggle, Dr. Meyer.
And so McKinley and Terry of Red Oak will have a wrestle-off. I know.
How many wrestle-offs do you have at this point?
I think that's 4. And Red Oak had high hopes that they were going to get a lot through, but they knew they were going to have to do it the hard way. And right now, things are shaping up for it to be the hard way for a few of them anyway. At 157 pounds here, we got a Bishop Heelan Catholic young man by the name of Sir Brando Watts. And for Carroll, it's Clucky, Owen Clucky of Carroll. Both men kind of hand on the mat, low position, stalking each other, feeling each other out. And Watts backs out. Watts comes in 32-3. He's a senior. Wow, that's a powerful underhook he just threw. And Clucky of Carroll is 38-6. Thank you, Mr. Beeson. He's watched me sit on the back of my chair, and I noticed that he pulled my chair out, and I thought he was trying to pull a fast one, but then he replaced it.
He's taking care of you, Dr. Meyer. He's fixed you up.
He's looking for some chiropractic care or something maybe. But Watts now with Clucky's ankle in the air. And we'll see. He's kind of walking him around, and Clucky's showing some excellent balance right now. Watts may go for a standing cradle here. There's a move on TikTok that's been bouncing around. Well, and that's what he's doing. He's going to lose it. He's going to do all that work and get out of bounds. And I tell you what, that is impressive if you're Clucky, and got to be a little bit demoralizing if you're Watts. On one hand, you're like, man, I got in deep, but Clucky literally all the way around made a full lap around the just think about that. Do you have that kind of balance and flexibility?
Well, sure I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you say did?
I would be laid out down there if I spread that much. Yeah.
But now back in, it's Watts with a front headlock trying to spin around, but Clucky doing a good job of controlling that arm. If you're out there in radio land, or I guess streaming land, listening, Clucky did a really good job of controlling that elbow. If you're in that front headlock position in the offensive spot, you really want to keep that elbow high so that what happened to Watts doesn't happen again. Watts' choice to start the second period. Another one of those 0-0 first periods where there was a lot of stuff that happened. So exciting times there. Over on the third place match, we've got Hansen of Audubon and Bendorf of Harlan. And they're a close match. We got a Merkel position here. Clucky of Carroll with kind of a side headlock, claw-type position. Tripod up, quad pod for Watts. Now up to his feet. Does a good job sealing the hands, and Clucky has to let him go. Watts goes to the center of the mat and says, come here, I'll wait for you. Watts in a low crouch position. Clucky matches levels. And this has been a really exciting match. Clucky again throws the under, now double unders. Clucky burying his forehead to block it off. And nice trip there by Watts to get his 2 points. Went to the outside trip with the right foot. I'm curious to see how that would have turned out if we'd have gone inside trip there to control the hips a little better. But at any rate, it's 2-0 or 3-0, excuse me, in favor of Sir Brando Watts of Bishop Heelan Catholic. Now he's got a boot in and a lot of pressure across Clocky's hips. Going with the crossface, traps the far tricep, grinding that across. Clocky able to get his hips back under him. He's still broken down off his base as Bendorf of Harlan wins by fall on the consolation side. And Bendorf was beaten by Watts, so another potential wrestle back starting to happen here.
20 seconds remaining in the second period here.
And we collect our 3 back points, so Watts now leads 6-0. Right back to that leg ride, casting across. There's their swipes. Being kind of stingy with the swipes here. There they come. Just gets a 2, I think a 3 or a 4 count. Good for 2 count, or 2 points. He leads 8-0. But I tell you what, Watts, Clocky has wrestled that first period exceptionally well, and Watts has just been not to be denied with his physicality. Good, solid forward pressure there off the whistle. Clocky up to his feet, does a good job sealing off, but Watts able to trap the wrist and bring him down, and steps right back over. We're gonna see another violent crossface here. Oh, we're gonna go to double boots and power half. Nope, back to that crossface. I always tell Paige, if you're going to be there, it's like you're grinding that thing across. But Clocky holding himself belly button down for now, and Watts still working hard. Comes out of the leg, comes to this side, still massive forward pressure. He's got a knee in the hip. And now Clocky able to climb the rope and hip over. Tightens the score down to 8-2 with the reversal. Now Clocky's going to say, you know what, I took that abuse, now it's my turn. But Watts comes up to his base. We'll see what Clocky's got here. And going to have blood time, it looks.
I think so.
Clocky has to kind of feel a little disappointed to have that little bit of momentum that he built stopped.
Yeah, and we're in the third. 8-2 is the score.
Yep.
In the third.
And once again, Bendorf of Harlan won on the backside. So if Watts manages to hold on here, we will have a wrestle off. It's another one of those times where if you look around someplace, I promise that young man's watching. They're usually the ones pacing like a caged tiger too. But this blood time again. And, it seems like there gets to be more blood time as you go in the season. It's because there is. Bloody nose is kind of like a sprained ankle where once it happens it happens easier.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would bet if you're a fan of one of these teams that the wrestler has had some blood time, I'd just about bet any blood time we see today isn't the first time on that wrestler this year. Clocky elects to let Watts up to his feet and wrestle. And, wow, that's a meaningful underhook thrown. And Clocky doing a good job of avoiding it for now. But now Watts, and that's deep. That is deep. And that's going to be it. So Watts wins by fall. And we'll have a wrestle-off between Clocky of Carroll and Bendorf of Harlan for that trip to state. But I tell you what, that Sir Brando Watts of Bishop Heelan, that just has the look of a young man, very physical, very explosive. Be interesting to see what he does next week down at the well. On to 165 pounds. We're going to have Scott of Glenwood and Ragler of Carroll. Over on the consolation side, it's Stevens of Harlan and Woodruff of Clarinda.
That's your left mat as a consolation. The right mat, if you're watching, is the championship mat.
Scott from Glenwood, Ragler of Carroll, kind of in that center circle. Scott reaches for, nice slide by attempt there by Scott. Ragler able to square back up. Now back to that collar tie. We'll see. Scott kind of appears to reach for it, but there's kind of the saying, don't hang out in the other guy's tie, and apparently he doesn't like that collar tie because he clears it pretty quick, but traps the wrist and gains some ground there on Ragler as Ragler was trying to clear out of that wrist control tie. So both men looking to control the tie and keep it where they want. This time Ragler with a throw-by attempt, but Scott able to counter, but Ragler with a counter shot back in on the high single. Scott able to drop his hips and clear out. Back to the kind of feeling each other out, looking for that opening. Kind of both men pummeling, hand fighting, clearing back out. These two are doing a really good job of getting in a tie. If it's there, get it. If not, clear out and start over. Now Scott with a little bit of an over tie. Snap down just as Ragler takes a shot. Ragler was starting to the right side, switches to the left side, and now he's got Scott in some trouble. And, good job. Good chain wrestling here by both men. And we're not going to have any points scored there. Excellent job by both men wrestling through, as I thought Ragler was going to get it finished, but Scott hits a switch, and Ragler hits a reswitch, and Scott hits a reswitch to the reswitch, and they go out of bounds with no points scored. Say that 3 times fast.
I can't do that. I can't say that one time.
But excellent chain wrestling. That's one of the things, young wrestlers get used to chaining moves together. If the first one doesn't work, the second one might, and if the second one doesn't, the third one might. And just keep moving when you're in a scoring position. Don't ever stop. Back to the feet we are, though, in the center, and 5 seconds to go. Another one of these scoreless first periods that had a pretty fair amount of action.
Yeah.
They maybe weren't going at it quite as hard as like the Sandholm, and I forgot the other young man's name, but those two were definitely going at it as well. Excellent job there by Scott and Ragler. Scott's going to start the second period in the down position. As Ragler covers on the right side. Whistle blows and a little bit of a turn in there by Scott. Good wrist control, elbow control by Ragler, though. Has Scott down. Scott reaches down, clears it with his elbow, now rolling that wrist forward. And trying to push back up to his base. Now Ragler goes with a cross-face to tricep control. And Ragler looks to be comfortable being up over the arm. Scott comes to his feet. Ragler right in on the shot. And now we've got another one of those scramble situations. Scott set in the corner doing a crotch lift. Ragler trying to elevate the near leg. They're going to, wow. Glenwood fans are not happy, and I don't blame them. That was a quick stalemate. Scott had set the corner and was doing a crotch lift. And they had settled for a couple of seconds, but clearly the Glenwood folks would have liked to have seen that one clear out or play out a little longer. But we're going to be back on our feet in the center, 1-0 in favor of Scott of Glenwood. Scott had his choice. Ooh, nice shot there. Nice down block by Scott. These two young men kind of going at it. Shot and down block there just like you draw it up. Both men being aggressive. Attempt at an arm sweep there, or an arm drag. Ragler able to stop it. Both men, as the coach in the corner yells, more offense, more offense. Ooh, nice ankle pick into an arm drag, into a reshot, and we're back in that set in the corner. Now Ragler able to get the two-point takedown, but that's another example of some impressive chain wrestling. And Aaron, we're watching some pretty high-level wrestling right now.
Yeah.
That 165-pound final. And I'll admit I did not look up who was ranked what in the state, but these two young men have the look of someone who might go down to Des Moines and win a couple 3 matches. Ragler now in the 3-0 lead. He did come into today actually 27-9, so not a super impressive record. Ragler on top. Scott again was 35-6, but a 2-1 match. Ragler gets to choose down. He's going to choose down. And we're going to start this thing over. if you're Scott here for Glenwood, you got to make the decision. Back to that same decision Kyler Sandholm had to make. Are we going to try to turn to win, or are we going to cut him and try to get a takedown? Scott has at least temporarily made the decision that we're going to throw the boots in, go to a little bit of a crab ride, and see if he can get some points that way. He's awfully high right now. Needs to get behind the arms. Ragler coming out the back door is going to get his 2 points, and 4-1. And you don't know for sure, but, man, that the body language of the head drop of Scott says that maybe we'll see if he can mount a little bit of a re-energized. Nice little switch there, but Ragler able to counter. Checking back here on the backside, Ragler Carroll beat Stevens. So in the world of wrestlebacks, try to figure out here who has the lead over here on the third place match. But right now, like I said, Scott kind of hung his head a little bit, and wow, they just called stalling on the top man. He had an arm barred in and a wrist control, and wasn't really working it. And we'll see here. Back to the center they come. Scores 4-1. Now some motion there from Scott. Scott's got to get going here quick. There's 45 seconds. Ooh, nice mat return. And another. Scott bounces right back up to his feet. Now he hits the switch, and Ragler's in trouble. They're going to give one escape, but Ragler did a good job getting his hips back under him. It's 4-. What did they award there? I think they're going to talk about it. I think they gave 2 reversal, and then are calling. It was 4-1 when all of that started.
It's 4-3 currently, and we have a blood timeout.
Right, but it can't be 4-3 because it's either got to be 4-2, giving Scott an escape, or it's got to be 5-3.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
4-2.
Yep. And that was a really dangerous situation there for a second there for Ragler. Kind of got caught in that cow catcher position. He was sitting on his backside, and that's a position you don't want to be in if the guy's on their feet in front of you. But he did a good job getting his feet back under him, his knees back under him, a little more athletic position. One of the coaches we have visited with, Coach Massey, some, and he spends a lot of time working with his wrestlers on this position is athletic, this position is not, this position is more athletic, and pretty low on the totem pole is sitting there on your backside with your head hunch. So
I can sit on my backside pretty well.
Doesn't require a whole lot of athletic.
I can do it.
But give Ragler some credit because he went from a really bad unathletic position, able to get back to his knees with his toes under and able to come up and avoid what would have been a match-altering, if not a match-ending position. But blood time is going on, and I'm still trying to get updated here. Oh, I somehow ended up on the Riverside district on my computer. Maybe if I get to the match we're trying to watch, the names would match up. It was, well, I'm still looking, I guess.
Still blood time out here.
Yeah, Woodruff of Clarinda, it looks like won. So Woodruff is currently sitting in the third position, and he was beaten by Scott. So the Clarinda faithful are rooting for Scott to make a comeback. And I tell you what, we've got, about 30 seconds to go, something like that. And it's he's a takedown away. I was off by a second. 29. Nice little duck under attempt. Ragler did get that stalling call earlier. Nice shot there by Scott. Not able to get cast across. 18 seconds to go. Scott, wow, look at that power. Oh, my Lord, look at that power. Scott able to lift him off the mat, but unable to finish yet. He's going to have to come up one more time. Can he do it? 5 seconds left. He's got to hurry. 3, 2. That's 2. That's got to be 2. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, the officials are going to talk about this one. The officials are talking about this one. The assistant referee is saying, "What did you see?" And I think the assistant, we're having a discussion, folks. We're having a discussion. The Glenwood coach wants a explanation, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him on that one. If this was college, we'd be throwing the brick, I think. But, that brings up, there's been some of those instances in college wrestling, and they throw the brick, but it's the same two guys looking at the same position. So definitely a call that could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah.
The judgment of the officials, though, and he's still explaining it. But grand scheme of things, the only thing that matters is maybe a seed or two at the state tournament, because we've already talked about Scott defeated Rudriff on the side, so both men are going to go on to the state tournament. But definitely a close finish.
And they're still talking about it here.
Yeah, I'd like to have heard what that conversation between the two officials were. We'll say that there's a head official and an assistant official, and so it's a team, and both of them get a vote, but one of them's vote means a little more.
Yeah.
We're sitting here with some Clarinda people. I'm sure they were thinking that was 2 points also. At any rate, 175 pounds we go. We're Poking of Carroll and Posley of Clarinda. Folks, get used to me saying that for the next probably 10 to 15 minutes, because it's going to be the same two surnames in the next round. But Posley of Clarinda in a powerful front headlock position, and out of bounds they go. Over on the Constellation side, it's Johnson of Harlan with a quick fall over Jacobson of Harlan with a quick fall over Johnson of Red Oak. Back to the championship, kind of a standing Merkel position as Posley, by rule, that's supposed to be two also. They're back into the headlock. Wow. They're going to call nothing, and now it's the Clarinda's coach's turn to come over and ask questions. By rule, that position is supposed to be a takedown. I don't know if they're saying they were out of bounds, but that side headlock with near leg control is a position defined in the rule book. Now, they were standing, but he was able to come down in that. I don't know if they were saying by reaction time. But at any rate, back to the center they come, 0-0. Posley with an over-under attack now. And Polking of Carroll. Posley with a Metzger there. Both men kind of pushing and shoving. If you notice there, the Clarinda wrestler Posley circled back to his butt to the center and then pushed forward. You do that for two reasons. A, trying to plant the seed that this guy's backing out of bounds, but also you don't want to push back towards the center, because if you're pushing, you can get thrown pretty easy. So good heady move there by Posley of Clarinda. Speaking of Clarinda, I want to thank Shore Motor Company for their sponsorship. And nice low leg attack. He's got it sucked in under.
Yeah, we want to say thanks to Shore Motor Company and say thanks to.
I tell you what, turned around. I didn't know if I was getting hit by a biker gang or Santa Claus. Jeff Christensen, longtime neighborhood buddy, I guess. But Posley and Poking back in the center. Posley had a nice shot. Now he's doing everything he can to hold on. And now Poking able to get the 2 points. And I tell you what, if you're – I'm going to try to watch what I say. We'll just say that. But thanks, Jeff, for stopping by. Jeff Christensen, the father of Tyler Christensen, the head coach of Audubon.
Uh-huh.
And Jeff Christensen is actually a Lyman boy. He used to throw eggs at me when I was little.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
good for him.
Yeah. I was a lot smaller then. But Polking, Carroll takes top, Posling able to run a chicken wing across. And actually, he'd probably be better off. He's got to get his forehead in the mat and post. Polking of Carroll was doing a good job trying to get rolled through right there. Posling able to resist getting rolled through. Now we're going to have another stoppage for blood time.
So, yeah, absolutely, Matt. We do want to say thanks to the Glenwood Community School District and to Shore Motor Company and to yourself, Body Basics Chiropractic.
Well, I just get to come talk about wrestling with a couple of people I don't mind hanging out with.
Well,
so
there you go. Well,
and I've spent worse afternoons. Now, my wife probably would have liked me to be home, and I'm sure my dad would have liked me to be home cleaning out a 4-H calf pen before dark tonight. But it is what it is.
You got to have something to do later, right?
Yeah.
So
it was kind of funny. We were, my daughter Paige wrestled with the shared Griswold and Red Oak program, and always has felt a little bit torn where her loyalties should lie.
Mm-hmm.
We were discussing today that she could ride with me and watch the Red Oak boys, and she says, well, yeah, but if you're going to be there, I feel like one of us should be with Griswold. So we left this morning at the same time to go 2 different places, which your family right now is the same way. So as Allie's up supporting Eli and the Southwest Iowa Warriors up in Underwood. So the 2 families here have 4 districts covered, I guess. We should have talked to them. They're not doing a very good job. Ooh, Polking now with a nice double arm bar. And that's back to that position that leads to the Body Basics Chiropractic adjustment, right?
There you go. Yeah, absolutely.
And Polking of Clarinda wins by fall. And that sets up a wrestle back. Jacobson of Harlan will have a wrestle back. Posley of Clarinda is your champion. And Polking of Carroll will have a wrestle back. Now, now that I'm used to saying Posley and Polking, I get to say Posley and Polking again.
Yeah, you got it dialed in now.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
If they would just have all the kids have the same last name and be from the same schools, it'd be a lot easier, wouldn't it?
I suppose.
So obviously Clarinda with some stacked heavyweights here, starting at 184, 190, 215, and 285. Clarinda kids all in the finals. This is Harris of Clarinda and Polking of Carroll. Harris of Clarinda, Polking of Carroll. And Harris with the solely shoulder brace, and Polking of Carroll pushing his way out of bounds. What are we talking about? They're over under tie. Now double unders position here, and Polking able to keep his hips up. He's got the double overs, and he might get the fall here. This looks pretty tight, and there is the fall. So Polking of Carroll avenges the loss of his brother earlier, winning by fall.
That was quick, Dr. Byer.
Yes, it was. So Harris of Clarinda now. Harris defeated Buth of Glenwood. Wow, both of them were done fast.
Yeah.
I didn't see who won on the third place match. Do we know? Boothie?
There you go.
So no wrestle back then.
So we got Mr. Beeson down there bringing cough drops. We got Mr. Beeson bringing your chair and calling them.
Yeah.
I told you he's a good one. I told you he's a good one.
When Aaron was trying to talk me into coming and doing this, he didn't have to twist too hard. But one of the things he said was, "You've got to meet this Beeson guy. He's one heck of an AD.
He's the best. I'm telling you."
But no, it is a lot easier when you've got support from the host school, and we thank you very much. So back to the finals now, as the 215-pound finals. Cooler of Glenwood Kohler of Glenwood, Downing of Clarinda. And speaking of the Griswold connection, Downey is actually the son of one of my dad's former wrestlers.
Oh, there you go.
But it's Kohler of Glenwood with a kind of a quick go behind, rear standing position, and Downey doing a good job keeping his feet, and no points awarded yet. So actually there is a wrestle back there at 190, as there's a takedown at 215, and it's Kohler leading Downey by a score of 2-0. This 215-pound weight class, 3 wrestlers came in. Kohler came in today 39-5. Downey comes in 37-4, and Benning of Clark comes in 37-7. One of those, that's some salty competition.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
You actually might feel a little better right now if you're Downing, even though he trails 2-1. You know the back door is getting closed for you. Now, Downey tries a lateral drop, but Kohler able to. Kohler. We'll just say Kohler has some discomfort.
Yeah. So.
We'll take a quick injury break, and it was the Clark wrestler winning by fall. Benning of Clark.
You know, the other thing, this is at 2:15 here, Dr. Byer. A lot of times at this level, you don't see that much activity. You know,
right.
It's a little slower pace.
Well,
this has been very active.
Right, and that's one thing that has changed. You know, kids are getting bigger. And a few more of them are finding the weight room these days, and you've got kids that are still fairly athletic at that 215. And if you look at college wrestling, you know, you don't see the big 280-pound behemoths. Gable Stevenson may be the exception, but, you know, most of your college heavyweights now, or at least the top end of them, are smaller guys, more athletic, you know, younger Batista from Iowa State. Probably weighs 230, 240 pounds. He was actually a 97-pounder last year. But a lot of explosive and more athletic ability even in these heavier weights. So Downing will be in the down position. Kohler, and I think the two kind of exchanged a little bit of a, hey, man, sorry.
I think you're right.
That's okay.
Here we go.
But Kohler, Downing with a powerful switch and back to the top. Now it's 4-3. And we'll see Downing goes to that cross wrist tilt. And wow, man, referees holding 2. But there's a move 10 years ago you didn't see a whole lot of people doing it, let alone, like you mentioned, 215-pounders. So Downey able to get his 2 near fall. Kohler back to his feet for his escape. So 5-5 as the end of the first period retires, and you got to wonder if Benning's not still just maybe trying to buy some time.
Yeah.
But we wrestled 2 minutes, had a lot of stuff action to really not settle anything.
Yep, here we go, second period.
And Downing is going to choose down, which he won the toss and didn't defer. He went right to the down position, which, there's kind of if your stamina is good or stamina is bad, if you don't want to be down, I'd rather be down in the second period than in the third, just from the standpoint if the other guy's getting tired, I want to be on top when he's tired.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, Downing with some good motion there, switch, set out, back to a switch, back to a stand-up, and now Benning's on top and has to release Downing, which, truth of the matter is, Benning probably doesn't mind being in the neutral position. There's been 2 takedowns. Benning's been able to get them both. Or I've been saying Benning. It's Kohler. I apologize. Kohler of Glenwood. I switched over and looked at Benning of Clark had won, and then didn't get switched back.
Now you're switched back.
Yeah, now I'm switched back. Kohler of Glenwood, and Downing though right now leads 6-5. Minute 10 to go here in the second period. Again, 6-5. Downing leaning, and now we're back to that. Oh, there's a shot there by Kohler. And strong whizzer by Downing, but Kohler with a near leg pick. Another strong whizzer by Downing, and Kohler trying to hip over, but Downing doing a good job getting squared back up to his feet, and both wrestlers doing a good job there as Downing was trying to do that strong whizzer to suck Kohler under, and Kohler was trying to do a near leg pick. And back on our feet again, 40 seconds to go. Pace of this one has slowed down, and with only one mat going, I feel like lots of people in the gym might be able to hear me.
It's kind of quiet now.
Yeah, it got quiet awful quick. The Downey and Kohler, Downey with a slim 6-5 lead. After a 5-5 first period, there's only been 1 point scored here in the second period. Back and forth. They kind of push and shove, wrist control, hand control. Looks like they've got interlocked fingers over there on the right, or our right. And both men let that period end.
All right, so that's the end of the second. 6-5 is the score.
And Downing with the lead, but Kohler of Glenwood taking the down position. And this goes back to, the strategy of Downey taking his choice in the second period. You have to assume he wanted to be in the top position starting the third. Remember earlier in the first, he was able to get that cross wrist tilt, and that's actually what he's working for right here. He's got the cross wrist controlled. Looks like Kohler did a good job elbow scraping that clear. Back to a tripod stand-up. And we'll see if Downey can get him brought back down. Up to his feet, big lift, and mat return. And Downey did a good job. I think he's got that wrist trap. Yeah, I always tell kids as they come down, that's the best time to trap a wrist. And Downey now has the 2-on-1 wrist control. He's got a 1-point lead, and we're going back to that cross wrist tilt. And there he's going to get some swipes. Man, Downey did an excellent job right there. And it's one of those, if you're Downey, you just hold that as long as you're comfortable. Kohler is doing a good job trying to get clear. Downey's going to try to keep a foot in bounds as long as he can. And now they're going to push out of bounds, but that's a big move right there. That cross wrist tilt has 5 of Downey's 9 points have come from that cross wrist tilt. And back to the talking about big kids being athletic. Real nice job there. 4-point lead now. You got to feel a little bit safer. Back to the quad pod. And now, there's a reversal. Downey does a good job getting, that could have been real bad right there if he could have gotten his arm caught. Now 44 seconds to go. Downey leads by 2. Kohler on top. And we'll see. The Glenwood coaches are wanting, they're going to call Downey for stalling. And Downey, they're trying to get Kohler to let him up. And so now a 3-point lead. And Kohler's got to go quick. And really, truthfully, he's got to look for something feet to back here. Got to get a snap or something. But it looks like Downey's going to be able to hold on. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 3. And if you can't tell, folks, we've got the Clarinda folks standing around us. And Downey's going to be your champion. And that is going to set up a wrestleback. It's going to be Kohler of Glenwood and Benning of Clark in a wrestleback. And, earlier I said if you kind of feel good if you're Downey because the back door's open or closed for you, but it was wide open. And now Kohler has a wrestleback. And I think that brings us, we're going to have about 7 wrestlebacks maybe, something like that. And we're at 285. Mr. Beeson over here is shaking his head like, yeah, we're going to be here a while. But just a little extra wrestling for the Payne wrestling fans here, I guess.
Absolutely.
But 285 pounds, and we got Glenwood and Clarinda added again. It's Patton this time for Glenwood and Nally of Clarinda. And Nally for sure is not a full 285. In fact, I know Downey wrestled 285 last week, or 2 weeks ago at the Hawkeye 10s, and I believe Nally wrestled 215. It certainly looks like it could. And then over on the third place match, we've got a rematch of earlier. Nolan Perrin.
Yes.
Of Red Oak and De Leon of Carroll. They were actually the first round matchup as well. So, and this time, Perrin able to get a takedown as we have some stoppage on the championship match. So, if you're this is actually kind of interesting because Perrin technically wasn't beaten by either of these wrestlers. So I wonder how they do that, because De Leon was beat by Patton, but it would seem to me, either way it goes, Perrin hasn't been beaten by him. So that'll be an interesting rule if that comes to that. I've never seen this work out this way. Now the Carroll wrestler's hurt as we start back to the championship match. Patton and Nally 0-0 with 50 seconds to go here in the first period. Nice shot there by Patton, but Nally able to drop his hips and come up into a over-under position. Now Patton steps in, and Nally able to kind of do a little bit of a throw-by for the takedown. Nate, Aaron, I'm actually really curious if Perrin wins this, is there a wrestle back no matter what? Because the consolation semifinalist and Patton with a single leg picked up, pulling Nally back to the center. Patton able to get the quick escape and then right back on the shot. There's 15 seconds to go. We'll see how good this young man has for balance. And that's going to be 2, I believe, for Patton. And first period's going to end 3-2 in favor of Patton.
Yep. We are, first period ends 3-2 in favor of Patton. Over on the third place match, Perrin has the lead 2-1 at the moment.
So 3-2 on the championship match, and it's Nally starting in the top position. And Nally has the near ankle cover. Now he steps out to the side, working for some wrist control. Nally looks to be maybe trying to load up that tilt that his teammate Downey was using. So a little bit of clarification there. So Perrin still needs Glenwood to win. No matter.
And
so
currently it's 4-2.
Patton and Nally. Nally able to get the escape to bring it to 4-2. And I apologize there, folks. That's
you're trying to get.
Yeah. Well, in the old days, sectionals, if you lost in the first round, you were done. You couldn't wrestle back for third. And so there wasn't ever that case where someone who loses in the quarterfinals wrestles all the way back to third place. So, like I said, times they be a-changing. And sometimes us old farts that can't see anymore have a hard time keeping up. But
right.
Perrin gets another throw over there. And now he's going to get rolled through. 4-2 here on the championship mat.
20 seconds and counting.
Nally doing a good job of standing toe-to-toe with a pretty bigger guy. And 4-2, both men kind of pushing back and forth. You got to kind of be, I wonder what the choice will be here to start the second period or start the third period. You got to imagine Nally doesn't really want to go down. And that's what they're talking about right now. They choose neutral, it looks like. So 4-3 now over on the consolation side. 4-2 on the championship side, Patton for Glenwood, Nally of Clarinda. So apparently by rule, overguard guy would have been Nally. So that's where that comes through. Nice kind of attempt at a shot, down block there by Patton. Nally of Clarinda trailing 4-2. Patton of Glenwood leading. Minute 16 and counting. And the championship match. And actually a lot more going on over on that other match. There's pushing and shoving and throwing and rolling. Yeah. So these two over here wrestling a lot more cautiously, a lot more conservatively. A little bit of a knee slide attempt there by Nally. Patton able to block away. And Patton clearly content to stay away right now. Little attempt at a slide by Nally. Nally kind of turning up the gear, but Patton just kind of catching him and throwing him right back out. So
Patton leads 4-2. 30 seconds remaining.
Back to a collar tie. It's time for Nally to hit something here. And truth of the matter is he doesn't have to. He just needs 2 to get to overtime. He doesn't need anything big. It's going to be Perrin with the, well, it's just a second period over there on the Constellation side. But 10 seconds to go now. Nally's got to hit something quick if he's going to do it. But it looks to me like it's going to be Patton, your champion for Glenwood. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, time. And Patton is your champion. It's 4-3 now over here on the Constellation side of things. Perrin is going to go optional start. And now we're tied 4-4. And Perrin's going to load up that over-under throw one more time. Needs to get circled back in so he doesn't throw him out of bounds. And I can tell you from experience, Perrin does like the over-under throw. There's a number of times that we both tried to hit it on each other at the same time.
How'd that work out for you, Dr. Meyer?
Bruised knee.
Yeah, all right.
In fact, last summer, Nolan gave me a black eye. I forgot that I was 47 years old trying to wrestle 18-year-olds. And we get it. Oh, ho, ho. They say that his toe was out of bounds. 4-4.
I heard the announcer say, Dr. Byer, 8 wrestlebacks.
Well, I think if Glenwood, oh, Nolan, you need to get at, he went to the well one too many times. And so, yeah, that kind of removes that question. But Nally is going to have a wrestle back with De Leon of Corinda. We're going to have just about another full round of wrestle backs here.
Yeah.
8 out of 14.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Like I said, these hard-working, paying wrestling fans getting
their money's worth. It's
like going overtime.
Yeah. We want to say thanks to the Glenwood Schools, Mr. Beeson, for having us. We're not leaving. We're not going anywhere. To Shore Motor Company.
Yeah.
Dr. Byer for the call. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with Wrestlebacks coming up.
This is Josh with Shore Motor Company in Clarinda. We want to be your GM dealer. We have highly qualified and trained technicians ready to work on your vehicle. Anything from recalls to warranty work and beyond, we are your GM dealer. Our service department is open 6 days a week for all your service needs. We even have an express lane for those no-appointment quick oil changes. Visit our website at shoremotor.com to request an appointment or give Mike or Amanda a call at 712-542-6581. We are your GM dealer. Shore Motor Company, just south of the square in beautiful Clarinda.
Well, here we are back, and our first wrestle back is at 126 pounds. And I'm going to get sorted through here. It's Pena of Bishop Heelan and Hagan of Carroll at 126 pounds. And Hagan with the takedown early, as it looks like Aaron has to go take off for some basketball coverage later in the evening. So, but Hagan of Harlan with a 2-point lead, and he's got that cross wrist tilt, and Pena able to roll through it. 2-0 is our score here. Minute to go in the first period, as a trip to the well is on the line. Now Hagan with a chicken wing on one side and going to run a claw on the near side. Now he's going to go back, try to hook up a double arm bar if he can. He's trying to dig that in. Pena keeping that elbow tight, trying to keep it stopped. And now he's got the double chicken wing, and Hagan, 25 seconds to go here. He's going to get some swipes. We'll see if he gets set all the way through and gets the near fall. Double arm bar, Hagan and Pena in the wrestleback match. And we still haven't got a 5 count. There are 2 being held. We got 7 seconds. Looks like we are going to get our 5 count now. And it's going to be 5-0 at the end of the first period. Pena and Hagan. A whole slate of 8 wrestlebacks coming your way, folks. 5-0 in favor of Hagan. Pena chooses neutral. As we start the second period, 5-0 in favor of Hagan of Carroll. Hagan has those bright orange shoes on. Pena, Bishop Heelan, has the all-white singlet almost, and white knee sleeve and white shoes. Kind of a stark contrast of color on the mat. Nice double leg takedown, duck under. Hagan gonna get him off the mat. Take down, 2 points. Excellent job there. Good penetration. Didn't set on it. Finished quickly. Was able to take his opponent off the mat and finish strong. Nice job there, Hagan of Carroll. Now leading 7-0. And sometimes you wonder on these wrestlebacks, you got a guy coming back off of a loss, and you got another guy who feels like he just got second life, and you see a difference in energy sometimes. We're going to have a stalling call on Pena underneath as Hagan goes right back to that bar arm on the right, and he's got a wrist trapped on the far side, and now that's tight. We'll see. Pena did get a wrist free, but now Hagan's trying to work back over. Actually, not quite sure why he's twisting his hips that way there. That's a little more conventional. He needs to take his left arm back and go around the waist. Oh, he had his left arm trapped. So another 3 near fall, and it's 10-0. And Hagan right back at it again after some wrist control. Pena gets the wrist rolled free, but then Hagan reaches through and is trapping the far tricep again. We're going to go cross wrist tilt, and Pena able to roll through that both times. And one more try. This time we get settled. And they're going to be another set of swipes. And it's going to be 13-0. And you talk about a young man getting a second life and making the most of it so far. Hagan leads 13-0 going into the third period. And Pena is going to choose neutral. Kind of one of those things I almost would have chose top there. You know you've gotten turned on the bottom. You know you've gotten taken down from your feet. See if you can't lock up something on top, but he chooses neutral. And Hagan this time unable to get that shot, but Hagan's looking at it, a takedown, and this thing's over. We talked about a 15-point technical fall earlier. And look out, cheerleaders. They're going to call stalling for fleeing the mat on Pena, so now it's 14-0. And Hagan, if he didn't smell blood in the water already, now he certainly does. But at the same time, Hagan's got to be intelligent and not be reckless, because there's this thing called a pin. It doesn't matter what the score is. So he is in deep. See if he can post through that waterfall position. Pena trying to maintain control. There's your 2-point takedown and near fall, or 2-point takedown for a technical fall. And impressive wrestleback performance by Hagan for Carroll, getting his ticket to well the hard way. We're going to move to 132 pounds, where Red Oak Tigers is going to send out Dayton Gussman, a sophomore that came in today 25-21. He's probably sitting about 27-22 after the day. And Dirks of Carroll came into the day 19-12. So on paper anyway, this looks like it could be an even match. Dirks of Carroll looks to be a bit taller than Dayton. We talked about Dayton before, kind of having a unorthodox style, always looking to score. Dirks with a little bit of a slide-by attempt there, but Dayton able to thwart the effort. Gussman, I know these kids well enough, it's hard not to call them by their first names. So, double unders there by Dirks, and Gussman starts to go under and then realizes what's going on and wisely backs back out, gets the wrist clear. Now he's got an overhook in head position. Of course, that means Dirks got underhook, but no head position. Dayton backs to the out of bounds. Dirks is trying to push him out of bounds. Dirks came in today 19-12. He'd be 20-13 as we sit. Minute 2 to go here in the first period. Gussman and Dirks in the center of the mat. 0-0. This hasn't been a especially active 0-0, but it hasn't been a dull and dreary 0-0 either. Both men trying to get to some stuff, but both men able to stop the other as they attempt to advance to score. Dirks pushing with that over-under tie, and Gussman needs to circle back to center here just to avoid getting pushed out a couple times in a row. And that's kind of what he's working on doing, a little bit of half-hearted fireman's attempt. And then Dirks circles right back in. And now it's Gussman with his back to the out-of-bounds. A fireman's attempt. We need to step up and clear out. And Dirks able to, nice, powerful move there by Dayton. Dayton drive, Dayton throw a half. And Gussman with a late time takedown. Those points are big. Whenever you can score without the opportunity of your opponent having a chance to counter. Dayton's kind of acting like maybe he's got a shoulder that doesn't feel the best after that. Dirks deferred and Gussman chooses neutral. And this time it's Dirks right away with a head tap ankle pick. And Dayton needs to bail out in a hurry here. Dirks looking for something pretty serious, but Dayton's trying to roll through. Dirks has that far leg posted, and that comes back. Kyler Sandholm's not the only flexible kid in the mat room. It's 2-2 for Dirks, though, as Dirks takes a 4-2 lead. And on top appears to be going after it pretty hard. Now Gussman able to turn back and momentarily anyway trap a leg. Now hits a switch, but Dirks, tremendous amount of forward pressure right there, driving Gussman's head to the mat. And I know 32 is the lowest weight class that Gussman could go. I got to wonder, once again, Dirks has Gussman on his back and settling in tight. And 54 seconds to go. Gussman's going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat on this one. But it is going to be Dirks' winner by fall. So Dirks gets the trip to the well at 132 pounds. Now if we flip ahead, there's no wrestle back at 38. There is a wrestle back at 44. So at 44, it's going to be it's going to be Maxwell of Glenwood. I've got to get flipped here somewhere because we jumped. It's McKinney of Harlan and Jackson Terry at 150 pounds. So McKinley of Harlan, Jackson Terry of Red Oak. These two wrestled, it'd be about 2 weeks ago. And I believe Jackson had the lead and had really been pretty good on his feet and good on top, and then chose down and got pinned. And so this will be a rematch of some kids that wrestled, and obviously Terry looking for a different outcome this time. I got to look at my math because I thought we had a wrestle back there at 44. But we are at 150. Again, Terry of Red Oak, McKinley of Harlan. A little bit of action over there on the edge of the mat, back to the center with no score. Minute 11 to go here. Collar tied. McKinley reaches for a knee pick, and Terry able to back away. Slide by attempt as they go out of bounds. Back to the center once again. Terry moving side to side. McKinley kind of content to just shuffle his feet as Terry looks for the angle. Both of these wrestlers are pretty long and lean for 150 pounds. Kind of talking about body, body shapes and body styles. These two pretty similar in comparison to some of the other matchups we've seen. McKinley now with some wrist control, gaining ground. Knee pick attempt as once again Terry goes for a slide by out of bounds. Probably needs to start hitting that a little bit sooner, not only for its chance of effectiveness, but officials don't typically like to see you backing out of bounds too often. 0-0 here, 20 seconds to go in the first period. Hasn't been a whole lot of action in this first period as both wrestlers kind of, I don't know if it's tentativeness or nerves or what, but both wrestlers able to content to watch things happen. Into the first period, 0-0. Terry defers, and McKinley chooses down. This was a position a couple weeks ago Terry was able to get some tilts, but McKinley able to come right up to his feet and get an escape. So far, this match hasn't gone to anything like the match 2 weeks ago did. So Terry trails 1-0. You got to assume nice little slide by, but down block, attempt at a low single, but a down block into a front headlock position. And Terry's trying to come up. I think he's going to try to do a sucker drag, but instead steps in, power move there. But McKinley chin whips him out of bounds. Tell you what, Terry didn't show any lack of heart there stepping into that. He was fully intent on taking McKinley off the mat. Back to the center. A little bit of head tapping. No, not any serious ties. Both guys seem to content now we got a tie as Terry able to get into his own front headlock position. Gonna bounce McKinley. Now Terry tries to circle throw by and then comes back with a attempt at a sweep, but McKinley able to counter. Back up on their feet. Terry goes right back to that attempt at a front headlock and then attempt at a little bit of a sweep, but McKinley hasn't been moving a ton. Now Terry in deep, but he's got his head down in the middle. Might be best off to well, we got a scramble. Wow, they gave 2 there. They give 2, so Terry now trails 3-0. And we're going to be down. Terry's going to be down 3-0 going into the third period as time is winding here in the second. So Terry's down 3-0, and Coach Podlisko wants to have a little bit of a talk, it looks like. They're looking for the explanation on a 2-point call there. And I'm going to say Coach Pod isn't the first coach, obviously, to want some clarification on that. Of course, this is a match where it matters. I mean, it's not like in the finals where both of them are still going to go. It's winner take all right here. So Jackson Terry for Red Oak and Brody McKinley of Harlan. It's Brody McKinley leading 3-0 as the third period starts, and McKinley this time takes a deep shot. Kind of caught Terry by surprise, but Terry did a good job initially with a whizzer and able to get scooted out of bounds. McKinley with a front headlock. Terry actually is in a better position to score there than McKinley, but McKinley with that 3-0 lead, kind of content to sit and let some clock run. Back to the center we come, minute 40 to go. McKinley leading 3-0. It's going to take at least 2 takedowns for the Red Oak wrestler to get back to the lead, or takedown in a turn. And McKinley able to ward off an ankle pick attempt. Minute 20 to go, minute 19-18. Nice fake attempt there by McKinley. And Terry needing to get to some offense now. Minute 5 to go as McKinley able to shuck him down. A little bit of an arm spin peek out move as they go out of bounds. Back to the center, minute even, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Terry goes to the big underhook, overhit, and they're going to, now it's the Harlan folks wondering why that's not 2. Oh, wow. Wow. And they changed it. So 5-0 now, 50 seconds to go. Truth of the matter is probably the right call there, but now half, and this is where McKinley was awfully tough on Jackson earlier, and credit the off ref there for catching that potentially dangerous. 34 seconds, and Terry needs a big move. McKinley of Harlan in the lead, 5-0. And right back to that arm chop into a stack. Forward pressure by McKinley. McKinley doing a good job of just shutting down any offense that Terry has from underneath. 17 seconds to go. Got to hit something big here if you're Terry. And gets in his escape. Still got to hit something big. And instead it's McKinley able to get it. And McKinley's going to win this one. Looks like 7-1. McKinley punches his ticket. But credit Terry with a valiant effort. It would have been easy to sit there as time expired and not do much, but he got to his feet and went charging in. But congratulations to McKinley of Harlan with the win and the trip to the state tournament. Bendorf of Harlan, Clocky of Carroll with the wrestle back now at 157. Harlan and Carroll standing in the center of the mat. Bendorf with his feet square in the center. Clocky circling around him. Both men low stance. Clocky with a hand on the mat. Now they come back in. Bendorf with the 2-on-1 tie. And unable to get much offense out of it, as credit Clocky for keeping good head position and rolling his wrists clear. Nice job there on Clocky. Ooh, good double leg from space, but excellent sprawl. But Clocky was able to get Bendorf's momentum stopped. And that's kind of one of those positions where if you're going to shoot from space, you got to hit it and go and keep moving. And Clocky able to stop the momentum, get the head down, and spin around for 2 points. Clocky lost in the finals to Watts of Bishop Heelan. And Bendorf gets to this wrestle back with a win over Hansen in the Constellation. Nice near fall points coming here for Clocky, maybe more. They're over there towards the out of bounds, and I don't think he's deep enough. Oh, he's going to get it. Clocky, your winner by fall.
Your winner, and the state tournament representing Carroll, Owen Clocky.
So back now to, looks like 175. Polking from Carroll, and Harlan sends out Jacobson. In the center, this is kind of an active first 15 seconds here as Jacobson jumps to that front headlock position, drives out of bounds, and now Polking gets a hip cast back over. That's going to be 2 and some swipes. They give 2. There should be near fall 2. 2 and 2 was awarded. Tell you what, Polking of Carroll had some excellent hips there, as it was actually Jacobson that kind of initiated that and hipped in. But Polking kept his hips moving, kept his hips high, and he kept moving and settled on top. He wants to join his brother in the van on the way to the Wells Fargo. And kind of looking, actually, the 190-pound brother is a sophomore, and this one is a junior. So it's actually his little brother that's bigger that wrestles 190. But this is Dominic pulls. Yeah, Dominic Polking here at 175. A nice turn there. He's going to get some swipes. He needs to get a post or he's going to get Peterson through. He needs to keep that. Now he's got his right hand free. And now he's going to, momentarily, it looked like he was going to get another tilt locked up, but back to the, he's just running, he's trapping a wrist on the far side and running a half. End of the first period, Polking of Carroll leads 6-0 over Jacobson, and goes back to that scramble situation where Polking got 2 and 2, and then able to hang on to the near fall, and then top position get another set of near fall. Going to have a caution here on Jacobson. Mel, you might have to jump in here because my voice is starting to fade kind of fast. Melanie is with us. Even though Aaron left, Melanie's here. She's just kind of sitting over there being quiet. In fact, she's got her mic turned off. So interesting situation here. Polking able to get his to his feet, and then as they came back down, got his head popped out. And now we're going to back to that situation where Jacobson's trying to load up a Peterson, and Polking keeping wrist control on the far side, able to get back hips behind hips. Polking now with 2-on-1 wrist control. He's going to roll up over that. Jacobson needs to keep his head off the mat when that happens, because right here comes a half Nelson. And Polking back on that. Well, he started to have wrist. Now he goes back to crossface. We'll see if he tries to go cradle or if he's going to reach under, try to go butcher. And he's got the shoulder down as he's walking around. Needs to keep walking his feet around the head. And Jacobson's got his feet tangled up. Polking needs to keep coming this way. There you go, young man. And Polking wins by fall. Good example of hip control and high hips winning the scramble early. And he followed that up with a pretty solid couple minutes of wrestling after winning that scramble situation. And Brace over there with his coach as he gets his trip to the well. At 190 pounds, Harris of Clarinda and Boothie of Glenwood. Excuse me. Boothie for Glenwood, Harris of Clarinda. Two Hawkeye 10 foes. You've got to figure they've seen each other a time or two. Harris came into today as the number 1 seed. Boothie came into today as the 3 seed. But obviously, Harris got knocked off. So upsets do happen. That's why we wrestle them. Boothie, a little bit of a fireman's attempt there on the edge of the mat. Harris able to drop his hips and block it off. Back to the center they come. Back to the center they come, tapping side to side. Slide by attempt by Boothie. Harris able to square back up. Minute 15 to go here in the first period. Harris feet in the center. Now Boothie advances some back towards the center. And now it's Harris giving ground. Slide by attempt. Harris back to the center. Now side to side motion they go. Over there on the outer edge of the mat they advance. Harris deep underhook on the left side. Needs to get his head to that side to do anything with it. But Boothie able to clear. Harris with a shot from space. I think Harris, more than anything, was shooting just to get into a tie. And Boothie able to not only stop the shot, but actually kind of came out on the plus side of that tie as they went out of bounds. Back to the center. Harris reaches for the collar tie. Boothie, a little taller wrestler, bends more at the waist. Harris, a little shorter, a little stouter hipped, bends more at the knee. Boothie certainly has the reach advantage. As both men pummel for inside tie. Boothie with an over tie on the right. And Harris attempts to drag that by. Cleared back out, back to a similar position again. Harris has a thumb block on the bicep. And Boothie has an over tie on the right. Where Dawson Bond goes walking by here. The end of the first period, it's going to be 0-0. Boothie's going to choose the down position. Harris riding on the left. Boothie able to get to his feet, and Harris has to just cut him loose. 1-0 in favor of Boothie. Nice shot there by Harris, and quick finish. There's your 2 points. 2-1 lead now for Harris. after the escape by Boothie and a nice deep shot. Now Harris, see if Harris very clearly was trying to drag Boothie out of bounds there and does so. Back to the center they come. Boothie in the down position again, this time trailing 2-1. Boothie up to his feet. We'll see if Harris makes an attempt in a mat return. Nope, he cuts him loose again. And again, same shot. And you kind of wonder where that was in the first period, because right now, if I'm Harris, I'm kind of thinking I'll just keep doing that. As they come up, Harris catches a cradle, but then pushes him out of bounds, and it's kind of one of those, I'm leading 4-3, and I'm going to do it again. We talked about the fact that Boothie was a little bit, there's the same shot again. Boothie was a little straighter-legged, and sometimes it just takes being able to hit it one time to have the confidence to hit it again. Boothie does do a little better job of slowing it down this time. He's got a crotch lock on the near side, but now Harris able to get him spun around. And I'm serious right now. If I'm Harris, I'm still kind of thinking, I got 47 seconds. Let's build a lead. But right now he's looks committed to going for a far side cross-face cradle. Boothie has wrist control, I think, though. Now Harris has wrist cleared, but unable to get that cradle. That's as easy as it is for a tall guy to cradle a short guy. It's that hard for a short guy to cradle a tall guy. Now Harris gets the near wrist hammered up in the back. 15 seconds to go here. He needs to be efficient with his use of time if he's going to use that. Obviously, you don't want to get reckless and give away short time points, but you did a lot of work to get to that wrist. But Harris looks like he's maybe content just to set there on that. And he's going to go into the third period ahead. Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to go down into the third period ahead 6-3. Here lately, I've had a lot of conversations with different people. The old adage of always choose down, I'm always kind of one of those, if I haven't been under somebody, I'm not choosing down in the third period if I know I can take him down. And Harris goes back to his feet. And we'll see, one more takedown could really set this thing apart. We'll see. Obviously, you don't want to be reckless because a takedown to your back and then you're in trouble. But that low singles, nice slide by. A little bit of an attempt by Boothie at a shot, but Harris saw it coming and did a slide by, able to circle around from the back. And now it's 8-3. And if I'm Harris, I'm probably just going to cut him loose. There he is. 8-3, now 8-4. And if Harris keeps shooting that low single is good defense against throws. I'd stay out of ties. Boothie, of course, is reaching for ties. He wants something big. That tie slows down the low single, but also gives him the best chance at a feet to back, which is what Boothie's got to be thinking right now. 55 seconds to go. Harris leads Boothie 8-4. Over-under position now. And Harris wisely giving ground. In fact, if Harris gives up a stall call, I wouldn't blame him. Harris and Boothie. And Boothie digging that underhook, trying to get to a pinch headlock type position. And now Harris does get warned for stalling there, and that's maybe a little bit of a cumulative effect, but there's that low single. 30 seconds to go. And Boothie's got to get a boot thrown over. And Harris going to try to come out the back door now. And 15 seconds to go. Harris needs to pop out his head. And no points scored. And 4 seconds to go. Harris just needs to back up. That's going to be how that one ends. Harris did a good job managing that match. As soon as he found offense he could get to, he stuck with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So congrats to Bryce and Harris of Clarinda with your ticket to the well. At 215 pounds now. Bennin of Clark and Kohler of Glenwood here at 215 pounds. Full slate of wrestleback matches here. 8 of them total. That's about as many as I think I ever remember being part of. A lot of times you get through and there might be 4 or 5, but to have 8, that's a lot. Fans are starting to clear out. Nice shot there by Benning, but Kohler able to drop his hips and stop him. Now Kohler's going to attempt to spin behind, and now we'll see. Oh, yep. Throw attempt coming, and Kohler in good position there to get his 2 takedown. Benning maybe did a good job not giving up more than that. Benning back up to his feet. And 2-1 it is. Minute 10 to go. Kohler of Glenwood with the lead. Here's another case where the Clark wrestler looks substantially larger than the Glenwood kid. And sometimes you get that. If you can't beat the 90-pounder, you have to wrestle up. And so this kid might be 190 pounds soaking wet, wrestling 215. But tell you what, he's using his quickness as an advantage so far. Kohler of Glenwood blocks off Benning's shot. 2-1 in favor of Kohler. Some of the Clark fans wanting a stall call on Benning. Another shot attempt by Kohler. Drops his hips, shot attempt by Benning. And now Kohler with a head and arm, and he went to an illegal headlock. He lost the arm in his headlock. He had an overhook instead of an underhook, and when he went to lock his hands, and if you're Kohler right there, you know I had a chance to end this sucker, and instead I get a set of back points and give up a penalty point. But got to refresh and come back. But Kohler able to get an escape, or Benning able to get an escape. 6-3 now. Kohler of Glenwood in the lead. He did get 2 back there before the illegal hold was called. 5 seconds to go. Benning in the center. Benning obviously is more aggressive as far as in terms of pushing and that kind of stuff, but Kohler's done a good job of being able to drop his hips and toss the one time he had the opportunity. Kohler's going to start the second period in the down position, leading 6-3 over Benning of Clark. Good forward pressure and a wrist roll, and Kohler needs to make sure he doesn't sit, because good wing, get your feet wide, and getting the counts. Kohler gets the reversal and near fall. Benning, I'm getting confused. I hear all the Clark people saying Cole. I'm thinking they're saying Kohler, but it's actually Cole Benning wrestling Mason Kohler. But Kohler of Glenwood now leading 10-3. Minute 10 to go. As Kohler trying to just power half him through, and he's wanting the ref to count, and I don't blame him. He kind of signaled to the ref, why aren't you counting? But he's right. That his shoulder on the far side is probably not wise to indicate it to that way to the referee, but of course I think he's the young man that the controversy over there on the edge of the mat at the end of the match no, that wasn't him. Yeah, it was him. With the 2 points over there at the the possible takedown on the edge at the end of the match. Kohler back with a chicken wing, in good position here. 30 seconds to go. Does a good job getting him broke down. Now needs to get some wrist control on that far side, or at least elbow control. Control the far wrist, control the far elbow, something. He's got his chest a little too far across. Needs to get that elbow back in the center of his chest. Now he's got, I think, a hook on that far side, and he's trying to walk him across. Obviously being kind of careful, knows that he's got a 5-7 point lead. Doesn't want to get too carried away forcing an issue. And so Kohler is going to go to the third period with a commanding 7-point lead. Benning of Clark chooses neutral. Kohler for Glenwood, Benning of Clark. Kohler might be wise. Of course, Kohler hasn't really taken a shot. It's been Benning with a couple of shot attempts and Kohler with a throw that have led to the points on their feet. There's an outside single attempt, but Kohler, certainly the quicker of the two, able to kind of sidestep it back to head lever, arm bar, getting to that arm bar. Back to that position. Oh, he's going to jump sides and run a half. Nope, going to bar that arm up. This time he's got the bar on the right side and left wrist control. We'll see if he jumps to that side and runs it, or if he sets and tries to suck him back to this side. They just called him for stalling there. Which, this is a young man, I don't blame him. He's maybe doesn't have the most faith right now. They called him for stalling. He certainly was being very cautious with that arm bar. 9-point lead. Back to the action here as Kohler with a 9-point lead halfway through or thereabouts the third period. Kohler right back to ripping that arm out, tight waist, working that head lever on the far side. Minute to go now. Once again, Kohler with an arm bar. He's looking for wrist control. Now he's got a half. And 44 seconds. And now they're going to call. Now they're calling the bottom man for stalling. Exact same situation that they called the top man for stalling. Now they're calling the bottom man for stalling. We going to have Coach Podliska and Kyler Sandholm now sucks him back with a half. Nice job there by Kohler. Staying active. And 13 seconds to go. Kohler's kind of led this one front to back, top to bottom. And 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and Kohler's going to have his ticket to the Wells Fargo. Probably feels like he did it the hard way. But we've got one more wrestle back coming up, but while that goes on, I think we've got Coach Podliska as well as Kyler Sandholm. Kyler, say something for me so I know how loud you are. Hello. We better. He's number 2, right, Mel? He's the second one? Yeah. All right, now, Kyler, take me through your day. How do you feel like your day went? Where you set going into next week?
Well, I felt pretty good going into my first match. Went in there, just took care of business. Second match for finals, went in with a game plan of need to move my feet more, need to be more active on bottom. Got very close, but ended up coming short.
Well, and you mentioned that moving your feet. That was one thing actually I commented during the broadcast, that you're doing a lot better job moving your feet tonight for sure, but I know you worked awful hard on that over the summer. Talk about just what it means. You qualified last year and you were one match away from the podium. what it means to know that you put in the time and now you're getting your second trip back to the well?
Honestly, I feel like I should have put in more time. I feel like I could have done better, and I think that I will need to show that in the off season.
Well, I tell you what, I'm gonna give you credit because you may feel like you could have done more, but I know that you did put in quite a bit. So don't beat yourself up too bad over that. That you mentioned that finals match came up just a little bit short, but that's kind of one of those things. There were a couple of toss-up positions. They let that guy crank on your shoulder for a long time there for a while. That one time.
Yeah.
That anything. Of course, obviously at this point in time, you don't know where you're going to be at in the bracket, but anything that you feel like you learned last year that you're going to be able to take advantage of having in your back pocket?
Just having last year as a first go is going to help me a lot. Last year, when I first went in there, my feet could not move at all. You feel like you have just concrete feet. Knowing how that felt and knowing how to, like I learned after my first match how to just do better after that. I think just already being there once will help me a lot.
You bet. Experience is a great teacher, and you've obviously worked awfully hard, not just this past off season, but for a long time to get here. Anybody else you'd like to thank or mention, or anything else you'd like to add?
I'd like to thank Pod. I'd like to thank Dayton Gussman, my workout partner. I'd like to thank the fans, my parents, for always being there. And I'd like to thank my girlfriend Josie for always being there in my corner. You bet. We mentioned a little bit that as wild and crazy as you and Dayton wrestle on the mat, sometimes watching you guys go at it in practice is it kind of makes some of that stuff look pretty tame. But you put in a lot of time, and you mentioned some people that have helped you. Obviously, Dayton as a workout partner, and Josie's probably pretty good at keeping you grounded most of the time. So good luck next week. Thank you.
Go. It's a dogfight up there. So anyway, we're going to be joined here with Coach Pod. And I think you're going to probably be a little bit louder than Kyler. So I'll turn you down a little bit. Coach, talk about how your day went. A lot of toss-up matches. Won a few, lost a few. What's your overall feel?
Yeah, it's that situation I talk about sometimes, weddings and funerals. Just because the relationships you build, you're on cloud nine when such and such wins this match, and then you got to run over to the other mat, and maybe that one doesn't go your way, and you got to, just like the wrestlers, you got to keep yourself composed. We talked about, going in, looking at the seeds and things like that. We were in a lot of kind of 4 or 5 seed situations where I talked about how that's a good opportunity because, you give yourself a chance in that 4 or 5 match, then you wrestle the 1 seed, and then the likelihood you're going to get a wrestle back if you go to the backside is very high, and the likelihood that you wouldn't have a wrestle back if you won that match is also very high. So, we talked about that and just being able to regroup after a loss. And, we had a couple of those in that first round where, maybe it was a position where maybe we thought we were going to win that match or not. And, you win some, you lose some, but you got to keep yourself composed so you can give yourself an opportunity later in the tournament. And I thought our guys did a really good job of that. The end result isn't necessarily what you want. You got 1 state qualifier, but at the same time, you got a couple guys who are right in that position in that true second place match. You got a couple more guys in that third and fourth place match that are right there. You got 3 more opportunities for kids to get wrestle backs. So overall, we did some good things. We got some things to work on. It's the culmination. It's so tough. You put in so much and you work so hard. And, yeah, it's a long season and it's grueling, but you blink your eyes and it's over.
Yeah. And as we watched the 285-pound wrestleback, 2 things. One of those kind of matches early that could have gone either way was Nolan losing to the Carroll kid, and then they come back and kind of feel like everything's going right, and then right at the end it kind of swings back the other way. Which brings me to a question. Had Nolan won that, would there have been a wrestleback no matter what?
There would have been a wrestleback, as the state manual points out. There's a wrestleback as long as you have not wrestled that opponent.
Right.
So he was in a unique case because a lot of the time when you're in that
You've gotta root for
fourth
somebody.
place match, you're rooting for somebody.
Yeah.
We didn't care who won.
Yeah.
We were ready to wrestle. Unfortunately, we came up a little bit short in that match. But
as we were going through, I'm always kind of looking at if this guy wins that, I'm like, well, what does happen there? So
to my understanding, he would have had to wrestle back regardless. So we were excited for that opportunity.
And the grueling season, I think most of the people listening know I helped when I could with the girls, and we're a week and a half, 2 weeks out of the girls being done, and I still feel like I'm trying to recover, and I still find myself bouncing back into the mat room when I got a chance. It is a long season. It's a big wear on the wrestlers, but also the coaches and their families.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very grateful for Patty and taking care of Tate and Nora at home. I miss them. I got to miss them a lot. But, when I walk in and they hug me and they love you, that's pretty special. I wish I could be there more often during wrestling season, but that's kind of the name of the game. That's what I've done. That's what I love, and obviously you build relationships with the kids, which aren't the same as the relationships you have with your family, but you get some highs and some lows from that. Even some of these other kids, I got the Polking brothers from Carroll who had been going to off-season stuff at Swift for a long time, so I've known that family forever, and they've been at a ton of tournaments, and they won sometimes and they lost sometimes, and now they're both state qualifiers. I'd love, Red Oak Wrestling is my number one, but I love kids who want to work hard and get better and see the spoils of it. And some of our guys who didn't have things go their way today, you talk to them after your matches and you talk about what you're going to do in the off season and the coming season so that you never have to feel that way again. And so they're ready to start practice again because they don't like the way that they feel.
Well, I'm going to trust me, at our house we know that feeling, but what I was going to go back to, you mentioned your family, and I'm going to tell you, I've been able to watch you from afar for a long time, and this year getting to watch you in the room, but maybe the thing that you did the most that maybe keeps everything in perspective was the open mat when you walked in and you said, guys, I've been away from my family a lot. I've got to go see them, and that's part of we're trying to make good wrestlers, but we're trying to make you good husbands and wives and fathers and mothers. And like you mentioned Patty, but definitely not just Patty, but all the coaches' wives and all the families and out there. It is a sacrifice, and sometimes they get to see the pieces of you, and you hope that the pieces they get are enough to get through. But as you go ahead, like I said, weddings and funerals. One of my favorite lines is "This too shall pass."
This too shall pass. Kyler had a good day. He's a state qualifier. It's not the result that we wanted in that finals match, but that's a heck of a lot better than the last time we wrestled that kid. And after the match, he's, what can we work on? Okay, we got a hand fight here, and we got to take our hips the other way here, and he wants to work on those little things because he's not satisfied. He doesn't want to be a state
right.
His goals, his expectations aren't to end his career as a 3-time state qualifier, which this is his second one. You go there and he was in the blood round last year, so let's go there and let's do some dang things.
Well, and he mentioned foot motion, and of course he tried to poo-poo it a little bit, but I know how hard he worked on keeping his feet moving this summer. And you just got to find a way to improve every year. So, anyway, anything else you want to add today, Coach?
Just overall, thankful for all the support we've had as a program from everybody. Whether it's the boys or the girls, like I said, we operate as one program. And when we're trying to get a pep bus up to the girls' regional tournament, it took me 15 minutes. So I'm just very grateful for everybody that follows the program. I'm grateful for everybody in the program, Like I said, it's relationships. Every one of those kids, I go to bat for because they put in a lot of time and energy and they work hard. And, they're high school kids. They can be knuckleheads sometimes, but they're good kids. They got good hearts. And overall, They did some really good things today, and we're going to get better at wrestling, and we're going to get better at being a better person.
Right, and beginning of the season, I know you talked about starting with a young team. The good thing is you got all kinds of room for improvement. Sometimes the bad thing is you maybe don't get there as fast as you want to. But
yeah, I mean, I know talking about Kyler, you know, I know he brought up Dayton. Dayton, what a story. I mean, he was 170-ish pounds last year, wrestling 182. Decided he was going to transform himself, get down to 45, gets down to 38 this year, and he's right there. He's right there. He's on the fringe of being a state qualifier, and you know,
well, and
that's crazy.
You look at him too, and wrestling primarily in the Hawkeye 10 and some of the, you know, the Stampede tournament and all that kind of stuff that we go to and go find good competition. And you look down, and he's 8, 9, 10 wins above 500 as a sophomore, which, you know, granted this is a long time ago, but Dad always said that if you can get to that step where you're in the plus side on the win column as a sophomore, by the time you're a junior or senior, you're probably going to be someone people have to look out for.
Especially when you're a kid like Dayton, who's going to do all the right things in the off season. He doesn't miss the weight room. He doesn't miss off-season practices. He's involved in multiple activities. He's a good kid. And, you know, those are the kids that, one, get better, and two, they're really easy to root for.
Yep,
you know, everybody likes rooting for the kid that's in multiple sports and shows up for everything and is a great person. You know, some people are just good wrestlers and, you know, they're not great to root for.
They're the ones that are really easy to root for, but also heartbreaks for them a little bit more. And we've got a few of those whose season ended today. But, you know, obviously this isn't the end of the year, but it's the last time that you're going to have this many kids on the mat. And you've got to be optimistic for what's coming back next year.
For sure. I'm really excited about the future, you know, and right now you get that good end of season chatter where people are like, oh, I'm going to freestyle Greco. I'm going to do this stuff because I've seen what it has done for such and such or such and such or such and such. And usually those such and such names are the ones you're seeing wrestling in the finals and in those 3-4 matches. So, you know, they're great examples, and why not follow the blueprint?
Well, and I will tell you, the buzz isn't just in your kids, because I've had 3 or 4 families ask me, what do they do for Swift? Where's Swift meet?
Yep.
So hopefully as full as the mat room was this winter, we can have it kind of full this summer too.
Absolutely. It's great for us, but in general, you know, it's better for everybody when everybody is wrestling better, and we all have more workout partners, and it's fun, you know, the relationships you build. And you know, I talked about the relationships with guys on our team, but relationships with the guys on the other teams. You know, you go to battle for 6 minutes, and then you shake hands, and then you give each other a hug because, man, we work out together all year round, and one of us had to win today, one of us had to lose, but we care about each other.
Well, and the other side of it is, I think perhaps there's some parts of the state that maybe don't think that the southwest or the western half of the state is as good, and so it'd be awful nice. It's good to see, you know, the rising tide raises all ships. So.
Absolutely.
Anyway, well, Coach, thanks a lot for coming up here. It's been fun, not just today, but I've enjoyed myself for the last 10 or 11 months, and I guess we got 10 or 11 years before Jocelyn's there, and then there'll be Nora. So
Yep. Then we'll keep going.
You bet.
Well, I appreciate you.
You bet. Thanks so much, Coach. But Mel, are you going to jump on and kind of take us out, or?
Well, sure. We do want to again thank Josh and everybody at Shore Motor Company in Clarinda for. Lots of people don't realize, but when it gets to this level, the state charges to stream at these events, and it's not an inexpensive fee. So we appreciate Shore Motor Company stepping up and covering that fee for us to be able to be here. And so
and you know, again, all these grizzled connections. Josh is a grizzled boy, so known Josh for a long time. So he thank you to him. Thank you to, they mentioned the crowd. Clarinda had some vocal fans right here in front of us, and of course right over there, the Red Oak fans. It was wild and crazy everywhere, and it's always nice. It's always nice to be in a full gym just for the energy, but also, as Coach said, these kids work so hard, and to know that they've got the support of their communities. You know, Carroll had all these that had a whole section of people. So it's awful nice to see wrestling fans travel and support their kids.
We will state starts a day early this year, so Wednesday in Des Moines, and so we will have state coverage Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, hopefully through Saturday night.
You bet.
That's what our fingers are crossed for. So.
And obviously, there's some other area teams. The Atlantic District had Creston and I believe Shenandoah, maybe?
Shenandoah was at Underwood.
Oh, Shenandoah was at Underwood, okay. So the Riverside District had 1A schools from the area. Underwood had 1A schools from the area. So not just this one, but I'm sure all those gyms were packed and wild and crazy. So it's been fun, Mel.
Thank you for doing it. Thank you for being here. So thanks to Dr. Fritz Beyer and Body Basic Chiropractic. Some of these guys might need you. This is a good place for you to spend the day.
Yeah.
Hand out some cards on your way out.
I got hit up by a couple of Red Oak kids as they walked by. I was like, no, not today.
Yeah.
I'd hate to guess how many kids I adjusted on the side of the mat this season.
But thank you for being here again. Thanks to Josh and everyone at Shore Motor Company. When you're in Clarinda, stop by and tell them thanks if you have enjoyed a